Listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 five-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off your first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today. Go time. What's going on, family? Welcome to Lapeef-ing Sundays on the Lapeef Network. Let me go ahead and introduce the group. We got Sierra, Jazz Storytell, Jay Stanza, Penny, Kick in the Basement, Ricky, and myself from Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef-ing Sundays.
What's good?
How y'all doing?
Doing good, man.
What's happening? What's happening?
You?
Hey, explain. Another day in the paradise, as I said earlier. Another day.
I know that's right. What's happening, good people?
Any day above ground is a day in paradise. Y'all remember that shit?
That's real right there. Real spill.
No, that's right.
Good to see you guys in attendance, man. Shout out to my green gangers in the chat team. Fatty, I see you. Hink in the basement. In the chat, Mr. BX87 Ed Hill. If you want to become a member, go green. Click that link that's pinned to the top of the chat. Shout out to the sponsor, Teej Hanley, uncomplicated skincare for men. 30% off along with a free gift. That link is in the description. So if you want to feel a Teej, as I always say, make sure you guys click that link. If you guys haven't already, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Should have a great show today. Great positive show. So let's go ahead and dive into our first topic. First topic is how breakdowns happen in relationships. How breakdowns in relationships happen. My mistake. I do have a couple clips I'm gonna play. I'm gonna go ahead and start one, and then we'll chime in a little bit in part 2 of it. Okay. Here we go.
We don't feel like our needs are being met by one another in a relationship. We oftentimes withhold love. So a man will become unloving to the woman, and the woman will become disrespectful to the man. Ladies, we will confront the man and tell him what he's lacking, tell him what he's not doing, what he's not good at. And you're really confronting him because you want to connect with him. Fellas, if you feel like you're being disrespected, and when you stop showing that love and affection and that attention to your wife, all you're doing is making matters worse, because she's going to keep on nagging and confronting you, and it's going to feel like you're being attacked. But she's really trying to get you to understand that there is something lacking in the emotional tank that you haven't been filling her with.
Play it one more time. Sometimes take a little moment to marinate.
When we don't feel like our needs are being met by one another in a relationship, we oftentimes withhold love. So a man will become unloving to the woman, and the woman will become disrespectful to the man. Ladies, we will confront the man and tell him what he's lacking, tell him what he's not doing, what he's not good at. And you're really confronting him because you want to connect with him. Fellas, if you feel like you're being disrespected, and when you stop showing that love and affection and that attention to your wife, all you're doing is making matters worse, because she's going to keep on nagging and confronting you, and it's going to feel like you're being attacked. But she's really trying to get you to understand that there is something lacking in the emotional tank that you haven't been filling her with.
All right, there we go. How breakdowns in relationships happen. Let's go ahead and discuss that. I'm gonna go ahead and start with you first, Jay. What are your thoughts about that?
So me,
I'm sorry, I got two Jay. I'm in Jay's story to tell. My bad. You got your stanza.
yeah, I think honestly, it's communication. I think it's an expectation breakdown. I think when you feel like somebody are not meeting the expectations that you had for them, or for y'all collectively, you start to shut down. Most people, the best thing is to figure out a way to communicate even those uncomfortable situations. I think, a lot of times that was my biggest thing, was how do I communicate this without being offensive, even though I'm angry and I want to articulate this. How do I do it effectively where it's not a tit for tat? You know what I mean? Because a lot of times you can express yourself and then it just becomes a tennis match of y'all just slapping each other with, well, you don't do this and you don't do that. So y'all have to have an agreement in a way that you guys can communicate effectively and get everything out without it being taken offensively. I think the minute that you're offended, you're not going to get anything resolved.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and go to you, Sire. What are your thoughts about it?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So I definitely agree with Jay on communication part. We definitely don't communicate effectively, but I would say we always should ask our partners, like, what's the best way for us to provide feedback for them? What's, because it's normal. We are humans. We don't like to be told what we're doing wrong, men or women. Simple as that. But we all have a way, and once you have kind of like the permission, and I'm not saying permission like, oh, I'm allowed to tell you, no, but that person has expressed the way that they like to receive feedback. It should be direct, or kind of like some type of way, because feedback is needed. That's the way of improvement, and we also have to understand that that's the way to make things better. So ask the person, if I want to provide you feedback, what should be the way for me to tell you directly? Or, some people will prefer to sit down and feel like they're having a serious talk. And some people feel intimidated by, hey, we need to talk. Like women say to men, we need to talk. But for us, it's kind of like a serious talk, but it's not that serious to the point that you're in trouble or something like that. It's just a conversation that I must have or I need to have. But some people take it in a different way. So that's part of communication. At least that's the way that I see it.
All right. Jay Stanza, what are your thoughts about it, sir?
I believe the breakdowns come because y'all been together too long. It's time to separate. Like in terms of marriage, right? So like people go to couples therapy and stuff and relate and the therapy. That's just a prolong for the divorce. Y'all gonna separate anyway. You just wasting money. Soon as you start with the disrespect, you got to get out of there. You got to leave, walk away. Like, I'm not tolerating none of that. If we're in a relationship, I care about you, I'm gonna be a gentleman, I'm gonna treat you the right way. If you can't communicate with me as an adult of something that you're lacking and you're disrespecting me because you can't come out right and tell me what it is, I'm gone. I don't got time for that. Like, we're adults. Like, open your mouth and tell me what's wrong. So somebody want to leave the relationship. When disrespect comes, somebody probably wants to leave, but they don't want to outright and come out and say it. So that's why there's a problem.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go to you, Hank. What are your thoughts, sir?
Man, I'm kind of disturbed by what my man Jay is it Sanchez says?
No, Jay Stanley.
Stanza. I'm sorry, my man. I'm kind of disturbed by what you said, bro. So you saying as soon as you fall into a disagreement, you ready to cut loose?
No, not disagreement. It's between disagreement and disrespect. When you start disrespecting me, I'm gone. We can talk as adults. We can have a disagreement. Nobody's perfect. But when you start the name calling, because some people can't express themselves straight up. So they go do other ultimatums and all the motives to try to express themselves. As soon as you start disrespecting me because you can't express your feelings properly, I'm gone. Because we adults, we don't have time for that.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess, like you said, it depends on what you consider disrespect. Yeah. As far as what my man, the video was talking about, the communication is very key, and I agree with that. But I guess I don't know the words that Sierra used or said. So it's like you're in trouble. No, I hope we don't come to y'all don't come to your men like that saying you're in trouble. Like, because when you say that, you sound like you're a child. That's not good. That's not those words are not good. I guess it's a level with my man Sanchez. Man, I'm gonna get it right eventually. My bad, brother.
Nissan Stanza, man. Stanza.
Jay Stanza was saying that's a form of disrespect, and I guess my man said if he heard that, he's ready to get up out of there. I don't know if I would go that far that fast because things happen. Words are said during the heat of the battle, I guess. But yeah, you do definitely need to make sure you have a good open level of honest communication and let it be known that it's all about your tone and delivery at the same time. Because see, some people consider that disrespectful. If you raise your voice at me, you may find that disrespectful. And I'm not going to leave just because she raises her voice at me. I wouldn't do that. But it's just about a balance. That's what it's all about. A good, healthy balance on things that said, things that shared. Because like we said, we all said something in the heat about it. We probably regret later on, probably seconds after we said it, as soon as it came out our damn mouth, like, what the hell did I say that for? But I don't believe in up and running and skipping out because of that. Because I'm not a fan of divorce either. So I wouldn't want to just use that as an out to get out of the relationship. Well, let me say the marriage, because if it's a relationship, that's something different, right? Because there's no ties, I can get out. But a marriage, yeah, I wouldn't do that so quick. But definitely got to have a good sense of communication, a level of respect and honesty, and you got to be ready for whatever is going to come out of that woman's mouth, or ladies, whatever comes out of that man's mouth. You got to be ready for it and ready to accept it. It might hurt a little bit, but if that's what he's feeling from his heart, you got to respect his honesty.
All right, I'm gonna play this part 2 of it. I'm gonna get to Ricky.
Justified when we feel like we're right. Like, you're disrespectful to me, so I'm not going to show you love. And she feels like, well, you're not showing me any love, so I'm going to keep ignoring you. I'm not going to cook for you. I'm not going to have sex with you. And we'll do whatever we can to try to control the situation. If you're not willing to sacrifice and say, you know what, baby, you're right. I haven't been spending enough time with you. You're right. I've been ignoring you. You're right. I've not been showering you with love. And if you can admit, I've been disrespectful. I know I called you names. I shouldn't have called you that. And you apologize and you put on agape. Then you can build the type of love that can last forever.
All right, let me go and get to Ricky. Now, breakdowns in relationships happen.
To address the first part, I think I have a problem with people saying communication is key. Communication ain't nothing without understanding. Y'all know I told y'all this, right? What I believe is that this is your partner, right? I have to understand how they communicate. Right? I have to understand how they communicate, right? So if we get into a disagreement or a spat, right, I have to be mature to understand that, sometimes she might flip off the handle, right? Sometimes she might do this. Now, I don't think that's disrespect. It's like kind of like what Jay Stanza said, right? People express themselves differently. People express themselves differently. Now, if I love you, I rock with you, right? While I wish and I hope that you will communicate in a way that's better for me, you are you. So me loving you, me having agape love, as they say, is accepting you with all your flaws and your positives. So I have to learn, hey, that's the way she talks sometimes. Right? The same way as me, when I get into when me and my wife get into a discussion and it's something that needs to address, I'm to the quick. Right? I'm to the quick. Right? She understands I'm not out to hurt her. That's just how I communicate. That's how I get my message across. Right? So the truth of it is that if you want a person to communicate to the way of your standard, the way you approve, you're not ready to accept that person for what they are. So again, he said agape love. And the other part he mentioned was, and let me tie this in to stuff I keep telling y'all, because y'all hear stuff after me 6 or 7 months after that I told y'all, and then y'all ride with them after I didn't told y'all this already. Right? If you right as a man, even if your woman is wrong, you fulfill your duties. If you be right, you will get all the answers you need. You don't stop doing your job. Right? If your woman is being out of pocket, if she's being disrespectful, you continue to do what you need to do, because if she does not appropriate, if she does not move as she need to be with as a good man doing what you need to do, you have your answers. And vice versa to the ladies. If you're being a woman, you're being a wife, you're providing the things that you should provide, and he still does not make the correction, what's your answer? I relinquish the mic.
All right. We'll go ahead and get the balance. What are your thoughts, ma'am?
Can you hear me good?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you have to know your partner's style of communication, because everybody's different. I think people get in relationships and they try to treat each one the same, or they try to treat their new partner like their old partner. And it just doesn't work. You have to learn what works for the partner you're with. But the videos was it. Yeah, I really don't have much to say with this, JR, because I feel like we see these podcasters saying the same thing over and over in different ways, and it's a lot of people think like, what's his name, Jay Stanza of this generation, they're like, oh, on to the next. They don't want to work on anything. They're just like, if it doesn't work, I'm just going to move on to the next person and then try it with them, and it doesn't work, and they keep going on and on and on. So that's a repetitive cycle, and that's what people do because they don't have the patience, they don't have the stamina, they can't do it. So we're seeing that a lot. So you have to work with somebody that has the end result in mind, and that could work through things with you. Because a lot of people can't do it. They can't work through problems. They don't have the patience. They're so quick to move on. So find somebody that's willing to work through things with you and learn that person in particular, and then work on it with them. That's really all I have to say about this video.
All right. Before I go to Penny, I'm gonna go to Stanza. Stanza, you want to reply to anything that was said, or?
Yeah, I do. I just want to reiterate this between communicating properly and disrespectfully. I'm not saying cut and run as soon as y'all have a problem, but when the disrespectfulness starts, that's the problem. I think a lot of nowadays people tolerate too much. We sitting around trying to make things work when the red flags have been shown. The problems are there. And guess what's wasting? Time. The most valuable thing you got in this life is time. So you're sitting there trying to work something out when you could have been moved on and found something better. People show you who you are. You're just trying to prolong it and trying to cover it up. They're showing you what's going on, but you're in denial. So that's what I'm gonna say.
But my guy, are you gonna do it with everything in life?
No, with time. As I say, it's not just cut and run. But after a while, if I'm a man, I'm at work, providing, trying to make sure we're straight. You're saying I'm not paying you no attention as a woman. I'm at work. I'm busy. Now you're withholding sex. Now you're doing all this other stuff. because I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. You say you do what you're supposed to do, it's gonna work out.
No,
But that's not necessarily the case. It's not necessarily the case. You can do everything right and it still don't work. That's the reality of life. That's the reality of how this relationship thing goes. It's a gamble. It's 50-50.
But that's what I'm saying though. Are you gonna do it everything? Not just what you're talking about in relation with your lady or your marriage. What about your friendships, your family, your job, your career?
Even friendship.
So you're gonna do everything. You talk about
even friendship. I give my homies, like my friends, I give you a chance. You messed up a few times, give you a chance. By the third disrespectful time, I'm cutting you off. We not cool no more because you disrespect.
Then why didn't you cut him off the first time like that woman did?
But as I'm saying, I give him a chance. Like I said,
your wife.
My wife, especially in a marriage, we could try to work it out, cool. But after a while, we went to the counseling. We did all of that. It's still not working. It's over because we're wasting time at this point. We're prolonging something at this point. A lot of people who are in marriages for other reasons besides love. It's not just love. Some people are stuck in a marriage. Some people can't afford to leave. Some people have children and they're trying to raise that family, but they're not happy. Some people sleep in separate bedrooms. What are we doing? Is it even a marriage anymore? Or are we just roommates?
Well, the reason I asked you, because when you first said this, you said soon as the first time it happens, you're out. That's
disrespect.
Yeah, I know.
We communicate as adults. Like, remember, we're not in high school. We adults. We have a marriage, we have a relationship. We living together. We got a family. Let's communicate properly. But as soon as you start calling me names and you're complaining about me going to work, so I'm providing, I'm like, what do you want me to do? I'm out of there. Like, I'm wasting time at this point. I could have been moved on with my life and did something better. Found what I'm supposed to be doing. Found my purpose. But I'm sitting here wasting time trying to make this work when it's been done months ago.
I appreciate your clarity, man. But that's what I'm saying. When you first said it, you said as soon as it happens the first time, you telling people you should be out. So that's why I asked you. That's why I asked you. Do you mean everything? All right, I got you.
Disrespect.
All right, let me go ahead and get your Penny. What are your thoughts, man?
Well, I think like once you're in a relationship, you already know what each other's boundaries are. So as long as you don't cross those boundaries, I think you should be fine. As far as arguing, you're going to argue. Sometimes you might pop off. Sometimes you might be more understanding to some arguments. I think it's just going to happen. You just got to take the time to know your partner, get to know how they communicate. And sometimes the way they communicate may not fit you, but after a while, you may learn that some people, the way that they communicate, it may help you in some situations. Like I know my boyfriend, he doesn't like to talk about things right away. And I'm the type of person that I like to talk about things right as they happen. And so now that I'm used to him, now it slows me down because I know that he's not going to want to talk about it right away. It lets me take some time back and think about things. Or when I'm like popping off at the mouth, he'll just be silent. And so that'll set me off and I'll be like, okay, I know I can't talk to him this way. Let me think about this and I'll apologize. Hey, I apologize for, yelling at you or coming at you that way. Can we talk about it this way? So some people communication styles may help you. So I would take the time to get to know that person and see if it works for you.
All right, Miss Taken. What are your thoughts, ma'am?
All right, I'm gathering because I know I came in the middle of it, just seeing the little part of that video. We're talking about the way that we communicate with each other and how that can be the breakdown of a relationship if you're not communicating effectively. Did I summarize that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. Definitely. I agree with what Ricky was saying in terms of the communication aspect. In regards to even non-communication is communication. You're communicating something. I definitely think that it comes with growth and maturity. The only difference that I have with Ricky is he's saying that, if I have agape love, then that means I'm gonna accept you as you are with, understanding, and that's just going to come with it. I do agree with that to a point. I think, especially when you're married, you guys are supposed to be, what they say, iron sharpens iron. So if there's anything that is in me that needs improvement, I think it is his job to point that out and me work on that, and vice versa. So if our communication isn't appropriate, if I'm the type that I'm yelling and cussing you out and, you know, that kind of stuff, I think, should he accept that? No, because I shouldn't be being disrespectful. But and that's not something that he should accept. And that is something that if I change, is going to make me a better person. So I think those are some things that we need to kind of look at and not just say, well, this is who I am. You need to accept me as I am. I think that is to a degree, because you want your partner to be the best that they can be and vice versa. And the more you improve with your communication, it helps the relationship overall. I think, you know, you do teach people how you want to be treated. And so there are some boundaries that you need to communicate up front in terms of what you're going to accept and not accept. Like when we argue or something like that, or when, you know, I need you to communicate things to me. So I think that is very important to make those things very clear up front. So when it's violated, the other person will know what the consequence would be for that. So like Penny was saying, like if she start popping off, her mate automatically shuts down, like, I'm not even having this conversation. So that enforces a behavior change on her end. So any learned behavior can be unlearned. And you just have to figure out what the consequence is going to be to shape the behavior better the next time. And that will definitely help with communication. But overall, I do think if you're not an effective communicator, you know, towards each other, that can definitely be the breakdown of a relationship, because you could be misinterpreting things, you know, get upset about stuff that wasn't even what the person meant, you know, things like that. And then it festers. You may hold on to stuff. You don't say anything. Then at one time, like you say, there's straw that broke the camel's back. Then you're bringing up stuff that you never communicated early on, has nothing to do with the situation at hand. So communicating effectively is definitely important to maintain a healthy relationship.
Hey, JR.
Yes, sir.
What do you think about the video, brother?
I'm just about to respond. We're talking about how breakdowns in relationships happen. I think people have to understand that when we talk about communication, a lack of communication, and people being disrespectful, it don't typically starts off that way. Usually there's an issue, there's a root problem of it, and I think a lot of people fail to identify what the problem is. So even if you make adjustments, sometimes you still never identify what the problem is. You guys looking for solutions, and how do we get here? Why is this happening? It's kind of like a domino effect. So typically when something happens, somebody feel disrespected, the other person is responding to feeling disrespected. And then because that person is responding emotionally, then this person starts to do this. So you have to go back to the beginning and try to figure out, okay, we were doing good up until this happened. And when this happened, this is the effect from it happening. And I think that if you can channel that problem and try to figure out what it is, whether it be between you guys or either you bringing a mediator in or counseling, however you need to get to it, you got to identify what that problem is. And then I'll start from there. Go ahead, Ricky.
See, but this is what I'm saying, right? For everybody that's saying disrespect, I wouldn't be with you if you were disrespectful.
Yeah.
Y'all see what I'm saying? Like, y'all bring this up. That's a problem you shouldn't even have with a person you with. What I'm saying is understanding how your person communicates. I said nothing about being disrespectful. I said how your person communicates, right? Again, and like I said, I understand, oh, I want you to be better. But come on, this is real life now. This is real life now, right? Your person is your person. Will they grow? Hopefully. But again, if that person is not growing, then you wouldn't be there, correct? If that person is not growing to what you see them to be as, or as y'all say, the expectations, which really kills relationship, is expectations that haven't been communicated and understood. That's really what breaks down relationships, right? That's the real breakdown, because you have an expectation of me. Oh, I want you to be better. I want you to be this person or that person. But you ain't never told me that. We ain't never talked about that. It's just when I don't live up to your expectations, you get in your feelings, and your feelings are yours. Your feelings have nothing to do with me. You feel disrespected. That don't mean I disrespected you. That's the way you interpret it, right? That's a you problem, not me. Like I said, a lot of people, let me make the example. A lot of people on here, when I cut to the quick on y'all be like, ooh, he rude. That's how you feel about it. That's how you feel. That's a you problem. Right? So disrespect has nothing to do with this. What I'm saying is people have different communication styles. And because I don't communicate the way you think I should communicate, you find it disrespectful. But if you communicated to me the way I communicate to you, I wouldn't find it disrespectful. Hey, you said what you said. How can we fix it? How can we get past it? What we got to do to remedy this solution? You see what I'm saying? So that's all I got to say about it. Again, I don't expect nothing of my mate that I wouldn't expect of myself, right? So again, we should be, as y'all say, communicating, but also understanding what needs to be done and expected from the both of us to get to that point. And that's all I got.
Can I ask you a quick question, Ricky?
Can I piggyback off of what he said first before you ask the question?
Go ahead.
No, but to piggyback off it, that's part of one of the things I talk about, having a tough conversation with that significant other you're about to make your wife. You got to have it. And one of the tough conversation questions is, how do you communicate? What is your form of communication? How do you interact when things not go your way, and when things get heated? You know, because some people may consider cussing you out not considered disrespectful, because that was their form of communication all their goddamn lives. That's all they heard. When their mom and their daddy or their girlfriends communicate with them, that's baby how they are. So you got to explain to people what your form of communication, what you consider respect and disrespect. Let that be known. Let that be one of the things you talk about with this significant other you're having, man or woman.
So what I was going to say, actually, to kind of piggyback off of that too, is that sometimes you can't anticipate when things will happen. So during the courting stage, it may be certain things that we didn't encounter during that, but now that we're married, a situation that, you know, was unexpected comes up, and then you may react. And that's when a person find out, like, oh, wow, you know, that I felt disrespected with that, or what have you. So sometimes, you know, you can't necessarily anticipate everything. And so you're going to have to be willing to adjust and adapt. But my question, I guess, to Ricky is this, so if you communicate a certain way, that may be a trigger for your partner, right? And I know you said that that's on her. She has to figure that out, right? But if she says, you know, sometimes when you speak to me like this, and she gives you an example, right? That is a trigger for me, because I grew up kind of like what Hank said, in a household, and this is what has happened. And so it, you know, I don't know, makes me have anxiety, whatever, you know, whatever that person internalizes when you speak a certain way. Do you think that being in a marriage, in a relationship, that you would say, well, that's just something that you need to fix because I'm not going to change? Or would you say, I understand how you feel and I'll try to be more conscious about it? Not say that you will always do it, because sometimes if that's your nature, you're going to have to be more mindful before it becomes, you know, a new pattern of behavior. So I just kind of wanted to get your take on that.
I believe in the latter, but I also believe that people are who they are. There's core parts to every person that makes them who they are. Again, y'all don't love people for them. Y'all love him for them, for how y'all perceive them. Y'all love people for how that's what I'm saying. Like, if y'all want to be love is the most selfish thing in the world. I don't care what nobody say in most people cases. The only reason you love people is because the way they make you feel. That's it. That's all. That's not me. Right? I love my wife for what she is and isn't. Right? And I expect her to love me the same. If she didn't, I wouldn't be here. right? So again, I hear what you're saying. If it's something that, when it's something that I can tweak, I'm a man. I'm the first one to admit when I'm wrong if you prove me wrong, right? But the way I express my thoughts is the way I think. So you're trying to tell me to change the way I think for you. This is what y'all don't understand. And no, it's not. She conforms to me, and I to her in the ways I can. She conforms to me in the ways she can, but I would never ask her to change who she is. And that's what y'all do. Y'all ask people, not you in particular. I'm talking about people in general when it comes to relationships. People ask other people to change who they are for you. And is that really loving a person? Or is that you loving the idea of them?
What if it's something that you do, but you didn't know that it came off that way? So say like you don't want to be that type of person, but the way you express yourself makes you like look like that type of person, and you never knew like you looked that way, or it came off that way, and someone told you about it, and then you changed it. Would that then be like your partner telling you like you come off this way, and you're like, I didn't mean to come off that way, and you change that behavior? So would that be the same?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. But again, what comes next? You see what I'm saying? This is what I tell you, Penny, right? Do the right thing at all times. It'll give you the answers you need, right? The thing is that, look, so let me use me as an example, because when I use other people, they get offended, right? Let me use me as an example. Like I said, I cut to the quick in all my conversations, especially when it's something that's important, right? When it's something that's bothering my wife, I'm going to cut her to the quick because she needs to hear what I think about it, right? Now, she can choose. If it's something, like I said, the way my wife comes at me really doesn't bother me because I understand her. You hear what I'm saying? I understand her. I'm not saying, ooh, say it this way. So you can, that's up to her judgment to make that change. I'm not going to even make that assumption towards her, right? Because at the end of the day, the beginning of it and at lunchtime, right? It is not my, and y'all gonna hate this, ladies, it is not my job to conform to you. It is not. You ladies are flexible for a reason. I picked you. You got to keep me. Right? So the truth of the matter is, if that's something he asks you to change, that's something he asking you to change for him to stay with you, something that he can't deal with. Right? It's up to you to say, hey, do I love this man enough to make a change to myself? Or you can continue to be in the woman you want to be, and then that'll be what it is. And maybe he'll keep you, maybe he won't. That's a decision you got to make, right? But I would never ask a woman to change who they are. I wouldn't be with no woman that cussed me out and go on top of my head and call me out my name. I wouldn't be there in the first place. You see what I'm saying? That's not a place we gonna even get to. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not talking about on a disrespectful level. I think at a certain point, everyone knows what disrespect to tolerate and what disrespect not to tolerate, or what disrespect is kind of like simple, just like, white lies, things like that. So I'm just saying, like, some small things that you may not know that you may want to change, that you may just say, hey, let me go ahead and change
that you said the key word, that you want to change.
Yeah, that you wouldn't mind changing.
Right.
You never knew.
Right. You see what I'm saying? It's up to you to make those changes. Yeah. I wouldn't inflict them upon you. Right. You would choose to make those changes because you feel those would make you a better person. Like kind of what Ms. Taken said. I agree with her on that point. Right. If you're looking to be a better person, but if this is the core of me and you're here, it's something you're going to have to deal with. The same way if you're a spoiled brat and I know you want to celebrate your birthday for money, you want a gift every week throughout the week, I'm going to have to deal with that. You see what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's about you understanding your partner, and people, they understand themselves, but don't take the time out to really understand their partner. They understand that this partner is here for me, and I want them to do this for me. I want them to think this way for me. I want them to move this way for me. That person becomes an object.
Do you think people change?
I think people change when they want to change.
Well, the person that may not have that expectation of you, they may change, and the things that they're doing may change, and the way they express themselves, it may change. And so you may bring it out to them or mention it to them, like the way you're communicating has changed. It's different. And so you're not just gonna, are you just gonna let them be them and go about their way of communicating now?
Again, if it's not disrespectful, I'll let them be them. I'll let them be them. I'll listen to what I'm. Hold up, Hank. I'm sorry, bro. I love you. Listen to what I'm saying, Penny. I love you for what you are and what you are, and for whatever you may be in the future. I rock with you. Right? That means whatever comes with it. That means whatever comes here. Now, if we're talking about boundaries, that's a totally different thing, right? We're not addressing that. You know what I'm saying? But if somebody's changing for the worse, why would this not no discussion? You understand what I'm saying? There's not no discussion, right? But again, if them changing, a person changing for the worse means they become disrespectful, right? They're not loving. They're not doing their duty. That's changed to me, right? But okay, again, myself as an example. My wife is a woman who helps everybody. She doesn't matter. Give you the clothes off her back. We took in kids that wasn't ours, kids who mamas was crack kids, all that stuff. She don't do that no more. Right? Because it's a one-word relationship. Yes, she gets something out of it because she feels for the kids, and we can see the kids grow up and become better people. But now she understands at this stage in life, we don't have energy for that. Now, some people might say she's not as good as a person as she was back then. I wouldn't. I would say she's just tired of taking care of people and not being recognized. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. It's all dependent how you look at it. Again, we never want to take ourselves out of it. We always want to include us in the situation, and instead of just evaluate, hey, look at this person. What are they? Who are they? How do they move? How do they think? How do they respond? How do they? We always look at it and how it's relative to us.
Yeah, but that's what I was talking about. Say your wife is the person that likes to take care of people all the time, and then you see that the behavior that she's doing is draining her, and you say, hey, maybe you want to, slow down on that, and it'll be a changed behavior because it's something that she's not used to doing, but something that you see in her that needs to change because it's draining her. You see it, it's draining her. And so you mentioned to her, like, hey, maybe you want to, take some time off of that or change that or, just stop that for the moment. And she has to think to herself, okay, maybe I'll take your, advice into consideration. It's a changed behavior in her, and you're suggesting it to her, and she's going to take it and say, I'll do that.
I hear what you're saying when you say it that way. Correct. But again, let's say if I offered that information in my observation and she didn't, I would still love her. It wouldn't be no worse. It wouldn't be, oh man, she ain't listening to me. Yeah, that's so disrespectful. She not taking what I said. No, that's her. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was saying. Oh, okay. I was going to say, especially since it's Sunday, it was a conversation that my husband and I had like maybe a month or two ago. And I had told him that I realized that I don't love him in the way that, I mean, since it's Sunday, I'm saying like in a biblical sense. And so we actually had both of us are of different religions, but we are both open to kind of like finding that common ground when it comes to like, our marriage and how we want to raise the kids, things like, that golden rule, do unto others, that kind of thing, find those commonalities. But I just had brought up to him what I was reading about, love in the Bible. And so it was saying how love is patient, love is kind. Let me just get through this. Love is patient, love is kind. It does not envy, it does not boast, it is not proud, it does not dishonor others. It is not self-seeking, it is not easily angered, it keeps no records of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. So I was saying to him, by that definition, if I was to operate in that definition, I realized that I don't love you at the capacity that I should. I said, I do some of these things some of the time, right? Like I might do the, be patient, being kind, but when we get in an argument, I'm keeping the record of the wrongs because I might bring up, well, last time you did, you know what I'm saying? So none of those things, what both of us, when we were discussing, came to realize that none of those things in terms of the way we're supposed to love happen simultaneously all the time, every day, right? And so we actually went through those, each one of those things, and asked each other, which ones do you think that we do consistently? Right. And we picked those out. And the ones that we identified that wasn't consistent are areas in which I am trying to work on now, because I want to love him wholly. I want to love him fully. And I think if both of us are operating in that capacity, these conversations that we're having about communication and having miscommunication, not communicating right, if we're operating in love, we can see that, because we can say, okay, if I'm thinking on a level of love, it always protects, always trusts, things like that, then I am going to have to learn to trust that even though he said something that I may not like the way he said it, that I got to understand that he may have my best interest at heart, or he's trying to express something, not necessarily thinking a way that it may impact me, but I know he doesn't mean any ill will. So I have to learn to process those things, right? And vice versa. If both of us are acting in that capacity of love, then I think, I guess marriages in general would be very, it would be reduced in terms of those divorces. So that is something that I could maybe suggest. I don't know who's religious or not, but I don't think that that's necessarily a religious thing. I think it's just being able to operate at your higher self when dealing with other people.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Mm-hmm.
I want to address what you said, mistaken. I'm a believer. So I agree with what you said, but we also got to remember that we're dealing with free will human beings, like people that grow over time. People change. That's the thing about relationships. People think you got a relationship today that this person's not going to change. They're going to change over time. People grow. Some people grow apart. But my question is to the fellas or everybody, when is enough enough? Like, how many more times do somebody have to disrespect you, or how many more arguments do you need to have? Like, when is enough enough? Like, when is it okay, now I'm done? Like, even if you're married, when is enough enough? That's just my question.
Well, one of the things that as we begin to have this conversation, it does not say love does not have boundaries, right? It does not say, things like that. So I don't think that when you say enough is enough, I think that's where boundaries come in. So I think if you're clear on what those boundaries are and still you're operating in that level of love, then that person who knows that they are like overstepping your boundaries, if they are operating in love per se, then they'll make those adjustments. You know what I'm saying? And so that was something that like we were talking about, like, just because I'm saying I want to get to a point in our relationship, as we're getting older, we're almost going 20 years in, and I've just seen the ups and downs and the progression of our relationship. And for me, I'm like, as we're getting, like older, and I know at one point we're going to be retired. We're at that phase now where our kids are out the house. And I've heard in some marriages that's the make or break, period for some marriages, because all of their focus was on the kids, that they neglected each other. And then now that the kids are gone, now they have to deal with each other and realize, like, damn, who are you? That kind of stuff. So luckily we're not going through that, but I just know that our relationship could even grow even further. Once I came across that scripture and was like, damn, imagine being loved like that. Or imagine me being able to love somebody like that and how much they would grow. And I think love is that fertilizer, you know what I'm saying? That foundation that will help people grow, because you don't have to be insecure about who you are and try to operate in ways that's not normally you, but that person will look at you and say, you know what? I see the best in her, but I can see where she could be even better, and vice versa. And everybody's moving in that direction. But it doesn't say love doesn't have boundaries, you know? So I definitely think you should have boundaries.
Well, I know
Can I say something
if
about
you was in
that?
a relationship with this woman, you should sit back and observe her and watch how she moves and watch how she interacts with people. So say if you go to a restaurant and you notice she disrespects the waiter because of something was wrong with the meal or something like that. And what you should do is address that later. Because guess what? That same disrespect she had for that waiter, more likely is going to come to you as soon as you make a mistake or do something wrong. So you know how you see some people with kids, they'll watch the kids dance and twerking with it, and they know that's not right, but they laughing and giggling and yucking it up. Or they hear a child say a cuss word and they laughing. No, you should address that because that's not good behavior. Same way you do with your lady. You should address that. You know, you don't do it right there on the spot, but you say, baby, you know how you got on that waitress for just messing up the whole night. It wasn't that big of a deal. But why did you have to cuss her out and dog walking and ready to, you know, file a grievance against her? It's not nice. Because eventually that's going to come on you. That shit's going to turn on you. As soon as you don't take that trash out because it's stinking and she got chicken bones in there, she gonna have a way with you. She gonna say something crazy to you. And depends on what you consider disrespect. Now, again, you got to make sure you communicate what you consider disrespect. Let it be known. You can't wait for her to actually disrespect you and then say, oh, it's disrespectful, I'm out. No, it's not fair because you didn't give her a fair warning. Give her a warning shot. Hey, I consider this disrespectful. So what you did with that waiter, yeah, that's disrespectful. I hope you never do that to me, and let it be known. The way I see you talk to your friends, your mother, your father, something like that, that's disrespectful. Please don't come to me like that. I don't encourage you not to do with nobody like that, but definitely don't come to me like that. So you got to let it be known. Whether she want to hear it or not, it needs to be said. And it's about how you say it. Say it in a respectful and a loving way, but let it be known. If you don't be surprised it comes your way.
But after the warning shot, then how many more times do you give her?
That's up to you. That's up to you.
Next shot is a kill shot.
Yeah, like she said.
Next shot is a kill shot.
That's up to you. Y'all lying. Stop. Y'all lying. Y'all, it's up to you. It's up to you.
Yeah, your boundaries.
How much do you like her? How much does she offer you? How much does she provide? How much do you rock with her? How good is the box? All these things play in. Do y'all got kids? Y'all got babies? You know what I'm saying? Like you said, which I don't approve of. Not this part, but you know, I'm saying in parentheses, which I don't approve of, is y'all tied in with bills? Is she helping you make it? You know, is she paying your car note? Is she paying? What does it mean to you? That's what y'all don't understand about relate. What does that person mean to you? Right? This one chick you had probably wouldn't be there as long as this chick that's more thorough. No one cares. Y'all care about what everybody see. You care about what your boys and your girls gonna say. But in reality, when you by yourself and you break up with that person that you maybe could have worked it out with, or it wasn't as bad as you felt it was, right? They gonna still be there living their own life, doing their thing. No one cares. The only person that matters, the only people it matters what it looks like is to you. You and yours. People, how many people know your relationship the way you know?
None.
I do want to finish off. I do want to finish off with Sarah. Go ahead, and then we move on to the next topic.
I just wanted to clarify something, and you can search for it. Don't believe my word, but people tend to confuse the terms rules and boundaries, because I hear the word boundary a lot, but these terms are easily to be confused. Rules are for others. Boundaries are for yourself. You are the one that respect your own boundaries. You cannot control people's behavior. You can tell them. So Hank, Ricky mentioned, hey, you know, you can't control the other person's actions. You can tell them, hey, don't come to me that way. But you make sure that, example, easily, I don't like people that smoke. Okay, I won't go out with a man that smokes, but then my best friend smokes. So that's kind of like, it doesn't make sense for other people, because it's like you don't want a man that smoke, but your best friend smokes. How is that? It's a boundary for me, but only, you know, when it's convenient for me. So I am not respecting that boundary. But when I say I don't like to be around or surrounded by people that smoke, I am respecting that boundary for myself, putting myself out from that environment. So I am the person. The boundaries for me, the rules are for others. Don't call me after 10. I'm not going to answer the phone. That's a rule. I cannot control. You can call, but I'm not going to answer the phone. That's a rule for others. Simple as that. I am respecting the boundary for myself, not answering the phone. I cannot control if they call. But if they call and or text and I keep replying the message, they're like, come on, she's saying she's going to bed early, but she's still replying the message. Obviously, they're going to keep texting because you're still answering. So you have to understand what the difference between a rule and a boundary, and make sure that the boundaries are for yourself. You respect your own boundaries. That's it.
There you go. All right, if you guys just tuned in, welcome to Lapeef-ing Sundays. Make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We have two super chats that came through. Big at $11, $10 says, what up, Ricky? And what up, Hink? I see you took the Sade album down. You good. Just Rules $20 says, the word advise means to dwell/deal with your woman according to knowledge. Most women are stone harder to deal with. However, if possible, operate under core values: respect, responsibility, fairness, honesty, and compassion. I want to thank the people that sent those super chats. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor, Teach Hanley again. Moving on to our next topic, which is choose the person that chooses you. Here's the clip. And just so you know, Balance, he's a pastor. He's not a podcaster.
Let me tell you something. You know when marriage begins? Marriage occurs not when a person says, I love you. Marriage occurs when a person says, I choose you. In the midst of options, I choose you. That's what makes this thing beautiful. See, we fall in love. A lot of us fell in love along the way. Several times. But the reality is you don't just marry the person that loves you. You marry the person that chooses you. And when I choose you, I make that choice over and over again. You are my choice. You're the love of my life. I don't want anybody else. I made you my choice. That's what makes marriage powerful.
All right, let's go ahead and break this down. Break it down. We'll go ahead and start with Jay. No, I start with you. We'll go to Sarah. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was a little distracted. Oh,
Me too. Can you run it back real quick?
Yeah, I'll run it back. Here we go. Y'all ready? Rewind.
See, let me tell you something. You know when marriage begins? Marriage occurs not when a person says, I love you. Marriage occurs when a person says, I choose you. In the midst of options, I choose you. That's what makes this thing beautiful. See, we fall in love. A lot of us fell in love along the way. Several times. But the reality is you don't just marry the person that loves you. You marry the person that chooses you. And when I choose you, I make that choice over and over again. You are my choice. You're the love of my life. I don't want anybody else. I made you my choice. That's what makes marriage powerful.
All right, there you go. Go ahead, Jay Stanza. Go ahead and dive into it first.
I agree. I look at it from two different perspectives. You know, if you dating, you don't want to be chasing somebody who doesn't want you, and they kind of make it obvious when they don't want you. They had you in like this rat race, and you're chasing them. They don't want you. In terms of marriage, yes, you want to be the person who chooses you, but you don't want to be the last choice. Some people marry out of desperation, like a last second shot. Don't be the last choice. Be the first choice. That's what I'm gonna say.
All right. I'll go ahead. All right, go ahead, Miss Penny.
Young bull.
I think I agree with what he's saying. I think throughout your life, you will love a lot of people. You will think that you're in love at different points of your life with people. And so when you find that person that you want to marry, it is somebody that you choose. You choose to decide whether you're going to love them going forward over and over again as you fall in and out of it. So I think it is a choice.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with choosing the person that chooses you necessarily. I look at it from a different perspective of more so of choosing, being mature enough to choose what you need versus what you want. And I think there can be a balance to finding that. You want to find the best possible person that you want. I mean, the best possible person for you that has what you need versus what you just, flat out want. I think choosing somebody just because they like you, that can be settling. A lot of people look at that as, you're settling for what finds you appealing instead of finding what you find appealing, but is also what you need. You kind of have to filter that out, and you do that by, dating, discernment, and figuring yourself out. What do I need? What are my core needs? What can I not live without, and deal with that? Because you have a lot of people that are with people, like I said earlier, out of convenience. I just chose this person because it's like the end of the nightclub, when the lights come on and that last song, and you look around, that one person standing by themselves like, yep, well, fuck it, let's dance. And nah, that's whack. You know what I'm saying? So sit tight, observe.
Go ahead, Balance. What are your thoughts?
So I agree halfway, because on one point, yes, choose somebody that chooses you, but I'm always going to say this no matter what: choose yourself first. Like, people always feel they need somebody to complete them. That is a problem with so many people. They're so codependent that they have to have somebody. They're so desperate to have a partner. Like, if you can't sustain your singlehood, don't try to get into a relationship. Like, learn how to be by yourself, men and women alike. Learn how to be by yourself first and be strong in that, and then choose somebody that chooses you. Then I'm like, okay, as long as we can fit together, we got common goals, we have common values, we're going the same places, we talked about everything long term. A lot of people don't think long term. They're thinking about in the moment, this person looks good, this is convenient, I need help with the bills. They're thinking very short term. But if you could work together long term and come up with a long term plan, and you can sustain on your own first, then I think, choose somebody that chooses you. That's my short version of it.
Okay. Go ahead, Sire.
So I feel like some people have problems with the word choosing. They take it in a negative way, but it could have two ways, negative and positive. Like, when you go out and buy a pair of shoes, you're going to be like, okay, I'm going to choose this because I don't have much money to buy any other. I don't want to wait. I should save for the pair that I want, but I don't want to wait. So that's choose because the option is still yours. You're choosing. But what are you choosing? Are you waiting for the correct person? So when you get to the time, and you choose the right person, that person will influence you, will bring you joy, it will also impact your career, your health, your finances, your decisions, everything. So that's why you're choosing the right person. But at what time? It's not just about going out and say, you know what, that's the person. No, like, you're seeing all the qualities of the person. And then obviously, by choosing back means that, okay, you're not telling the person I'm choosing you, but you're demonstrating that. Now, is it reciprocate? And that's when the person is choosing back, which someone said, hey, you're not just chasing, and that it's obvious that this person is not choosing you. Right there, you're choosing, but that person is not choosing you back. So that's where you have to be like, okay, is it reciprocate what you're giving? Or you're just giving, and not, that's the way I see it.
Okay. Go ahead, Ricky. What are your thoughts about it, sir? Choose the person that chooses you.
Well, I choose. So at the end of the day, Michael Jordan, I want to address Dre's stance. Michael Jordan went third in the draft, bro. right? It's about choosing correctly, right? Sometimes to get to the right one, it'll be the last one. Just food for thought, right? Choose somebody that chooses you. Choose somebody that fits you. I think it's a better way to say it, right? Choose somebody that fits you. I agree with what Jay said, because somebody can like you all day, but you don't ride with them, you don't rock with them. You know what I'm saying? They don't have the same values. They don't move how you need them to move, or see how they, you know what I'm saying? Or they not the person that you need, right? But I really like you. I think that's how a lot of men get in trouble, though. You know what I'm saying? We, throw that D and choose girls that really, they liked us, and, they was pushing up on us. Nah, you got to have discernment. Make sure that woman has the qualities that you need over long term, right? That's where we mess up as men, the visual part, the visual and the sexuality. A woman comes and she throws herself at us. She look good. She smell good, right? She has certain things that we like, but we, like everybody else said, you get into a relationship and then realize these things without vetting correctly, right? So choose who fits you. Don't choose the person that chooses you. Now, hopefully the person that fits you choose you as well, right? They like you. They have those qualities. They down for you. So I think it's a pairing of both things, but choose who fits you, not choose who chooses you.
Rick, I got a question for you. You mentioned men don't choose the qualities that they need. I know you can't answer for all men, but what are some of the qualities that you needed, that you got from your wife? Just to get a man an idea of something they can possibly look for when vetting.
I mean, if we're talking about hardcore qualities, she needs to know how to cook. She got to be able to clean. She got to use both her ears, right? And I guess the biggest thing I would say is that she has to understand what truth is. She can't be mad at the truth, right? Like me and my wife throughout our relationship, right? Even when it was bad, when I came with the truth, she always accepted it. Always accepted, good or bad and indifferent, right? We see no matter how she was feeling about it, no matter how it hurt her, she rocked with the truth. When I told her the truth, okay, I can understand that. I can understand that. I think those are the most concrete things men should. Everything else can be worked on, in my humble opinion, right? Because like I said, my opinion when it comes to women, again, I'm going to mold you and have you adjust to the things that I request as a man, as far as, the intangibles, right? We can work on those, but those baseline things, right? Those got to be there. She got to know how to cook. She got to know how to clean. She got to be able to listen. She got to know what truth is, right? And the biggest one, Jay Stanza, this for you, my guy, this for you, right? The biggest one, she has to understand the roles of men and women.
That's gonna be hard to find nowadays, because like that's the battle. It's the roles. Like it's easy to get the sex part, but when you're looking for those roles, the traditional roles, that's where the war come in. But that's what I'm saying.
But let me preach to you, young God. That's what make it so easy. That's why I don't understand why you young men have such a hard time, because the hyenas are so easy to pick out, but y'all still deal with them and use the excuse, well, no, she's a hyena. She don't understand the roles. You should know when this word come out her mouth. I need you to listen, Jay Stanza.
Did you hear what I said?
Boss bitch. Y'all got it. I'm telling you, y'all got it easy. Y'all just ain't got no G. That's all it is. It's all right, though. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got it easy. Like I said, if I was 20 with the game, if I could turn back time, with knowing that I know it'll be nasty out here for y'all ladies. But I'm an old man, you know what I'm saying? I don't play these games no more. But you know what I'm saying? It's just the truth of the matter, bro. These women, all of them the same. That's why it should be easy for you, because a good girl stands out like a sore thumb. They stand out like a sore thumb. But the problem is, that good girl gonna require you some work.
That's all I'm about to say. Even the good girl wants something too. A lot of guys,
she's supposed to.
The good girl want a successful man
right,
too.
Right. She's supposed to. But young guy, you're supposed to be that anyway. You hear what I'm saying?
Right.
Did you hear what I said?
You're a man. You're supposed to have that going anyway. You're supposed to be striving to take care of yourself at a minimum, having those things to get around and do your thing in life, right? Right. It's just you don't want to put in a work because that good girl, she gonna hold you to what y'all say, those requirements, those standards, right? She gonna hold you to it, right? Good girls get cheated on once, right? You can only disrespect a good girl once, right?
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know because I see a lot of women who stick it out for other reasons. Like even if he's a cheater, she still be staying there.
Is she a good girl?
She be faithful. She's
Hey,
good girl.
hey,
Faithful.
faithful not everything. Faithful not everything, my guy. Faithful's not everything, right? This is what I'm saying, right? We gotta understand that woman is a package, bro. Right? Listen to what I'm saying, right? Most girls get mad. Most women get mad when men cheat because that's all they had to offer their man. Right? It's not just about sex. One day you're gonna get older, bro. If this is the woman you looking to be with, right? This is the woman you looking to spend your life with. One day your dick gonna start working. Right? We all hope for the best, but the day's coming. Right? We talking about the entire package. Right now, I can be wrong. I can be wrong. I've been wrong before. I be off. You know, I can contradict myself. I'm a human being. Right. But what I'm saying is that if she rocks with you, right? If she rocks with you, right? If you like her and she likes you, and y'all had this, as I said, understanding, right? Everything else will work out fine. Right. But remember, like I said, bro, she gotta have those basics first before, like, y'all shouldn't even be taking a girl out on a date if she don't exhibit the basics. You shouldn't even, hey, what y'all give her, y'all Snapchat, y'all Instagram, y'all Facebook, whatever y'all use, right? You shouldn't even be giving her that information until she demonstrates that she's worthy of what you're going to bring. Because at the end of the day, I'm sure all my fellas can agree. If this is the woman you're going to be with, men, we give women our entire life. If a bullet comes, we're stepping in front of the bullet for you. We don't even expect that from y'all. And no one knows when your battery's going to end. No one knows. None of us is promised tomorrow. I'm giving you everything I got. Right? So make sure she has those basics, bro. Make sure she has those basics. The rest of the stuff, you can cater to you, bro, because you're a different man than I am. I'm different than JR. Jay's different from JR, and Hink's different from Jay. You see what I'm saying? But make sure she has those basics, right? Everything else can be worked on. And really, if you love her, you're going to accept her for those things, because disrespect wouldn't even be in the picture because you wouldn't be there in the first place. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay.
I just want to address the other Jay real quick, because I agree with what he said. I don't think people, especially younger and the younger Jay, don't pick off necessity. They pick off superficial. Some people might get mad at me, especially, I'm sorry for the women too, the ladies. Women don't necessarily pick the right guy younger. Then when they get older, now they're trying to do the last second shot. Now they need the necessity. Now they need the good man. But in the younger generation, that's not what they're looking for when they choosing a certain part. It's not necessarily what they need, is what they want. That's what I just want to agree with Jay on that.
And the good girls are there, man. You know what I'm saying? They're there. They're not as boisterous. They're not as, hey, look at me. You know what I'm saying? They work, they go home to their house that they own or are almost about to own. You know, they low key, but you know, you gotta observe, man. They're everywhere. They're in plain sight.
But do the good girls pick good men? That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I think
women don't pick men at all.
Yeah, I think they waste a lot of time.
Or do they want?
I think no, they want a good man. They want a good man because they don't want nobody to come into the equation and ruin what they built. But I think that a lot of times the aggressors are the ones that get into those equations because they are apex predators as well. And they can spot somebody that they could leech off of, or they can spot somebody that's a good situation, you know. So nobody's perfect as far as choosing, but you know, you got to make sure that you keeping your eyes open, you know what I'm saying? You looking up, cause see now, like damn, I'm having a brain freeze. Like Ricky was saying.
Well, let me help you out, Jay, if you need it. Tag me in, bro.
All right, I'm about to tag you in, Hank.
But
like
we talk
Ricky,
about attraction. Like attraction is not set in stone. So she's a good woman. She has all those qualities, but she's not attracted to the man that's gonna give her what she needs. She's attracted to this man who she know ain't, you know, I don't know if I curse on. He ain't shit, but she's attracted to him because attraction is not. It's not cement. It's something you can't even control sometimes. It's like, so she's a good woman. He's a good man, but he picks the wrong person. She picks the wrong person. That's what I mean.
he's in her face. You know what I'm saying? She's not gonna know what she needs until you tell her and you show her what she needs. You know what I'm saying? That look cool. You know what I mean? It's like every movie, every TV show, you know, you got Fonzie with the leather jacket, foot up on the wall. You know what I'm saying? And then you got the good guy with the books in his hand. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's gonna look at that because he's there. He's boisterous. He got the cool clothes on. He got the fast car. You know what I mean? But no, until you show her, like, yo, this is what it is. This is where it's at. You got to do that. You know, I should say we have to do that. You know what I mean? I'm single too, so I got to do that. But you got to just stay observant.
Right. And it's simple. And to all the fellas and it's simple. If she doesn't conform, move around. It's like this is not rocket science, right? But this is the part that men don't talk about, is how they get emotionally attached to a woman, right? How y'all feel a certain way about a woman and y'all put time and effort into it, even though you know she wasn't the right one, right? You got to be willing to lose her. Fellas, you got to be willing to lose. You got to be willing to send her about away. Gone. Even the ones you love. Look, you got to be willing to lose a person to win with them. You got to be willing to lose. It's just like Vegas. Everybody talk about, ooh, look at that man cleaning up on the table, but you're not willing to sit down and put your money up to play 21. You got to be willing to lose to win. And if they not in your wheelhouse, simply move on. And it's not, you being a good man is not contingent upon that woman. You are a good man. And this is what I tell y'all about the ladies. You being a good woman, when they keep saying, well, I'll be feminine you're a liar. No, you won't. You're a feminine woman. You will continue to do this. You're a good woman. You cook and clean because you enjoy. My wife enjoys cooking. She would cook if I wasn't with her. You see what I'm saying? A good person is a good person. You don't tailor it to who you with. You simply control access to you and who you deal with. So stop listening to these lies talking about I can do. No, you can't. The person you are is the person you are. Be that, show that, exude that, and you will attract the right person. But you're going to attract leeches too. The same way good ladies still attract dudes that's nothing, but they attract dudes that's decent too. It's on them to control the access of people to them. Right? That's all I get.
All right, I want to get to mistaken, but before I do, something that I thought was important to say too, because pretty sure you don't have no kids, right, Stanza?
No, I ain't got no kids.
Right. So then when you do get a daughter, it's important for you as a father to be able to highlight what a good man is, and also to lead, to show her, so she can have something to reference back to. Because when you do have a father that makes an imprint in their daughter, she's going to be comparing, most of the time she's going to be comparing any man that comes within her life to her father. But you have to be the one to be the example. All right, go ahead, Ms. Tagan.
I don't know. So I kind of agree with what Jay was saying. Like sometimes, like choosing somebody just because they choose you, to me, is not necessarily a choice. You know, like if you go to a store and you wanted to get something and that's the only one that's left and you select that one, that's not really a choice at all. I'm just kind of looking at like words. A lot of times there is a distinction between a choice and a decision. And I think with what he was saying, I'm trying to think broader, like along the lines of what he was trying to get at, but being more specific about a choice. typically our choices are influenced by like our beliefs, our perceptions about what we're choosing. Whereas a decision is more concrete because you're making the decision based on facts, based on an analysis of things that you've already, looked at. And I think a lot of times what happens is we're doing a lot of choosing and not making decisions. And because your belief system, some of your beliefs, some of your perspectives, some of your perceptions can change, right? So if we're always making choices without doing the analysis of those choices by making a decision, I think, that puts us in a situation where we end up making, having a lot of missteps in our lives. So like when you're looking at a choice implies that there are more than one, right? More than one opportunity, more than one thing to select. So in that regard, you're always going to be choosing, right? For the most part. But I would just say, like, focus on the decisions. The choosing aspect can be what gets you, get your foot in the door. But the deciding aspect determines whether or not you want to walk through the threshold, right? And so I think we have to use both of those things, together in order to kind of make the best decision for our lives. Because if you choose wrong, it definitely will have a significant impact, right? So sometimes you can choose a person based on your personal values, beliefs, and perceptions, right? But the facts of that person may not necessarily align. And a lot of times, sometimes as women, well, I guess women and men both do that, that they have certain, facts and things, but they'll get caught up in the beauty or get caught up in the money and then choose based on that. Whereas if they made a decision, they would look at, do this person, values, core system align with mine? And if not, then they'll walk away from it. The biggest example I could think of is, as I remember being younger, when I was like looking at shoes, right? I'll look at them and I'm like, oh, those are bad. Those are cute, right? I'll try them. Okay. Although they look good, they didn't necessarily feel good. They hurt my feet, but I would go ahead and get them anyway. Whereas my older me, I'm looking at comfort, right? How does it fit? How does it feel? And I would make my decision based on that. So that's a way that I, kind of differentiate between those two.
I just want to ask the ladies real quick, because when you deal with women, you notice, any man who deals with women, you notice, women have orbiters. You have men that you're not attracted to. The men that you're not attracted to, you don't like. They feeling you. And they're good men, they're faithful, they're gonna treat you right. But then you got the guys over here that you are actually attracted to, that you can't help it. But you want to give this guy a chance because you're hoping he changes. But this guy, he showed you his cards. I'm a good man, I'm loyal, I'm not going to cheat. But you go with this man because you're attracted to him. That's my point. And then at the last second, then they come for this guy when it's over. When they're done going through this, and then they're looking for comfort, then they pick this guy. That's my point.
I agree. I think at that time when they pick the guy is kind of like what I just said. They understand the decision. The first part they chose to do, but that dude didn't necessarily align with their core values, their beliefs, their perceptions. They just ignored that and made a choice, right? Whereas once they got older, they looked at the facts of the situation and then made a decision. So that's why I say I kind of differentiate the two slightly.
And that's why I said don't be the last choice.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be this guy. Don't be the last choice. That's what my point was.
Right.
Hey, but you gotta let your pride go with that shit, man, because you never gonna know if you are the first, second, or third choice. A woman ain't gonna tell you that. Don't look for that. Let that be.
At the
That's
end of the day,
And again, a woman doesn't choose a man chooses a woman. I don't know why we keep
A
thinking
woman
men.
decides. Absolutely.
She has no
A woman
say.
does decide.
you don't decide. No, you
That
don't.
a woman
No, you don't.
Okay.
I
if-
consummate the
She
relationship.
accepts.
I make
No,
it
you
official.
don't.
No, a
I
woman.
consummate.
I can say she accepts. I think she accepts.
Can you listen?
No.
Just listen. If you look at the
I make it
definition,
official. You can sit there and say all you want that we're in a relationship, and at the end of the day, if I don't say we're in a relationship, I'm gonna move as such. I said this before on Sunday. I'm gonna move as a single man because I didn't determine we're in a relationship. I'm the one that got the end say so, not you. I am the prize. I got the last say so.
you can believe that if you want. Like I said, a woman decides. Just like hold on, listen. Just like we say, men hold the key to marriage, right? They determine marriage, but it's up to the woman to hold on. It's up to the woman to decide if she's going to marry you. That's why you ask, will you take my hand in marriage? At that point, the decision becomes the woman, and the woman will decide whether or not we're going to move forward to the actual marriage.
I had to choose you in order to offer you that. I had to choose you in order to offer you
Exactly.
That's
not my choice. I chose.
You're not listening. You're not.
Isn't like a first choice? And
Do me a favor. Just take a moment and listen. Just process what I'm saying. I agree with you. You are absolutely right. You take the step to choose to move forward, to ask the woman to take their hand in marriage, correct? Right? We're all on the same page with that, right? I agree with you. You choose. You choose whether or not we're going to get engaged and we're going to get married, right? So you engage, you ask the woman at that point in time, I see whatever your speech is going to be, will you marry me? At that point, it switches, and now that woman becomes the deciding factor as to whether or not she is going to become your wife. So in that regard, she makes the decision, yes or no. That's all I'm saying. So yes,
you don't have that without me, though. Mistaken. It's not even a question without me. It's not even a question. So I chose you. I chose you. Listen what I'm saying. I heard what you said. I chose you to give you that opportunity. I didn't have to. I chose to. I can also
decide. That's my point. And she will decide whether or not she wants to be your wife or not. Like one can't happen with the other. And that's the thing. I think a lot of times in these spaces, and I think this is why a lot of times we struggle with each other as men and women, because sometimes is this fight for I have more power or I have more say so or whatever. And that's not even the issue. When we look at the picture, it's about both of those things have to be in tandem in order to work. You have to ask the question and I have to decide yes or no. They can't work one without the other. If you never ask, then I never have to make a decision.
That's why I had the choice. I chose. You will never get that opportunity unless I bless you.
But it doesn't stop there.
It's not even a choice.
It doesn't stop there, though. That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't stop there.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Let me explain. Hold up, Hank. I got you. I got you, Hank. Hold on. Okay. So let me explain, right? Let me explain. Yes, both of y'all are right in a sense, right? But let me clarify because everything is about context. The relationship doesn't start until I acknowledge you as my girl, right? Now, what Mistaken is saying as far as the marriage might be true, right? But if you say no, the relationship ends.
Correct.
Right? If you say no, the relationship ends. Men control the beginning of the relationship, right? Let me make it simple. A man can control the men let you know men are responsible for the start of the relationship, but when a woman says it's over, it's over. Right? Once a woman says it's over, it's over. Y'all control the ends of relationships. And let me put it to you like this, right? If the women are choosing, why don't y'all take fault for what goes on when a marriage ends?
I think that all depends on the woman. I'm gonna be honest.
No, we talking in generals now. Don't try to put it. We talking in generals, right? Men know for a fact. Listen, men know for a fact if a marriage goes wrong, we say it's our fault because we chose incorrectly. We choose you, right? You said yes because I asked you. The only reason you can say yes or no is because I asked.
Agreed.
Right? The relationship didn't start at marriage. Your premise would be correct if everybody moved the way they're supposed to, right? We don't consummate a relationship until we get a contract, which no matter what y'all is, before God, the state, whatever y'all want to call it, in between us, the vow, right? That, hey, I want to get with you, will you marry me? But that's not the case. Right? So again, a relationship has to start before me to even get to the point of asking you. Me asking you is giving you some leverage, right? And at the end of the day, it's all about leverage. And when I say leverage, I ain't talking about an act. Well, it is a power struggle, but it's who's responsible for what, right? The only reason you can get married is if I ask you. That's it, right? So at that point, does it become your decision? Yes, but a man, if I asked my wife to marry me the first time and she'd have told me no, we wouldn't be together. Right? Because you obviously not where I'm at. Right? The problem is, again, people allow these things to continue and happen. So, but again, we're all here to do what we're all here to do. If you guys are responsible for choosing relationships, then that would mean, like I said before, y'all got yourself pregnant. The marriage failed because of you, because you allowed it. That's not the case. The reason the marriage failed is because the man chose the wrong woman. You didn't choose me. Women don't get down on one knee and tell men to marry them. And then when it does happen, y'all look at it like it's weird, because it is. Because y'all don't choose the marriage, the man chooses it.
And see, and like I said, there is no disagreement in terms of what you were just saying. I'm on the same page. But I just want to clarify is that you cannot have one without the other. There's the balance to both, and I think that's the point that I was getting at. And sometimes we lose the fact that there's that balance. One person wants to say, no, I have it. I got control. I make the decision. And it's not that. You have to work in tandem for either one of those situations to happen. For the relationship to happen, you have to determine whether or not you want the relationship with the female. And at that point, she has to decide whether or not she wants to be in that relationship. So that's all I was just trying to say is a balance to both of those. That's it.
It's always a balance till it's not. So let me finish. Let me answer this question. So, what was it again, man? All this stuff has lost me. Choose, was it a person choosing a person? Yeah. Again, young blood, I told you, if your standards and what your expectation is for a woman, it should be for that, and you got to hold it to it. So one of your things you said was gender roles. Would you take a step down in beauty if you could choose to be married to a certain woman? Would you be willing to do that?
Yeah.
So say she's a 10, but she got a raggedy ass mouth, disrespectful on a regular basis. You know what I'm saying? But then you got this 6 over here, respectful, loving. It's all about gender roles. She's all about whatever your standard is. She's ready to buy into your program. Would you be willing to do it? Are you gonna say, hell no, I want that big titty, big booty, that chick over there, man? She's a 10. My boys would say, man, look at her. My uncle be like, give me high five for what I got. Would you be willing to do that?
Yeah, I wouldn't even cuff a 10. If she on IG looking really good, she getting a lot of likes, I wouldn't even cuff it. That's just.
I understand.
I wouldn't do it.
What if she wasn't on IG, but yeah, she was doing all those other things?
That's tough.
Oh, God, you already lost.
No, that's tough. I mean, it just depends. She could be beautiful. She could be beautiful, but she's still cool.
Listen to me. Did you hear what I described? But when you said, yeah, you negotiate now you're willing to accept bullshit. Don't do that. If you got your standard, you need to hold it to the end. I don't care how pretty. I don't care how bad you know, a bitch she say she is. I don't care how well she throw it back. I don't care if she put juices in your face. That means nothing. Because at the end of the day, like Ricky said, when that sex stops, she's still gonna be that poor ass, ragged ass attitude chick that you gonna have to deal with because that's what you invested in.
I don't care.
Make sure she's on the up and up. Make sure she's where she needs to be. That your standards, what you expectations, and all of that. Make sure she's there. That's the most important thing. Now, if you get blessed and find a woman who's this beautiful person, does all those things, plus she's on your standard, that's a beautiful thing, but congratulations. But if she ain't, don't settle for this beautiful chick with some ragged ass attitude. You make that choice. Again, that shit's gonna fall on you. Like Ricky said, it's gonna fall on us as men. I know Mistake is stuck on this, that she no. When the shit hits the fan, I gotta take that hit. When my marriage went south, I had to take the hit. It was my fault. Even though it wasn't all my fault. Doesn't matter. Society gonna look, yeah, you failed. Yes, I did. My family, you failed. Yes, I did. I gotta accept it. I gotta take that L and move on. That blemish is gonna be on my record for a lifetime. And I can't never make it up. I can't never erase it.
I have a question real quick. Can you so you saying that girl who's a 6, she can never switch up and switch up on you in your program? She can't do that. Because I think a lot of guys think, okay, she's a 6, she's not as beautiful, so I know she's gonna follow my program. That's not true. Even average looking women got a lot of options out here. That's like, check the DMs, you'll see the evidence. Women have options, whether they're beautiful.
The hell with look, I'm gonna tell you about your pride. You got to let that shit go. They're gonna come at the woman regardless. How does she respond? Does she respond? Or does she delete it, ignore it, don't pay no attention? That's the woman you need to rock with. The woman who didn't reply to them DMs. Not say, thank you, I appreciate that. No, bullshit. Right then and there. Don't deal with that woman because she replied. She should have never replied to the bullshit. She should have deleted that bitch and kept it going. Never said anything. Don't tell her. Nothing. No time. Nothing. Don't hit the like when he said nothing. If she reply back to it, that heifer needs to go to the streets. You better leave her ass at a restaurant. Because right now she already showing signs of what you don't need to be with. If that's what you worry about, somebody in her DMs, right? Dog, do not come off again. Can a 6 get offline? Yes, she can. But hopefully she has some type of morals within her that you did doing that interrogation that you have with this woman about how she moves, how she acts, how she responds, and watch how she acts. Look, social, like Ricky said, social media gonna tell you everything. That's the beautiful thing in 2023. Y'all have it. We didn't have that. So we had to work a lot harder to find that right woman, to find a good woman. You know, we had to go ask the neighbors. You know, how does she move? Do you find her ass at the club all the goddamn time? Or is she in the bar hanging out? Or is she at the ratchet places? We had to do way more investigation than y'all do now. Because they put everything on social media. You could turn on IG and she gonna tell it. A whole story. If she got questionable friends, more than likely she's questionable. You understand what I'm saying, young blood? Right on.
Now, social media and turned some of these women out too. They probably wouldn't have been that way, but now since it's been invented, they grab hold of it. Grab hold of it. We'll go ahead and move on, y'all. If you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef-ing Sunday. We got one more topic for you guys, which is the main ingredient, the meat of the conversation, and we know the ladies like the meat. Ow! It's okay, Balance. Couldn't come back. Perfectly timed. But nevertheless, I just think Jay Stanza, if she is beautiful, then that's kind of like a bonus. I usually got to start looking with inside, and if you do got a dime and she's good on the inside, then hey, you want it on all cylinders. But don't start on the outside. Just look in the inside. With that being said, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Moving on to our next topic, which is the meat of the conversation. Looking for it. Oh, yeah. Men submit faster than women. Men submit faster than women. You agree with that, Stanza?
I do, but it's not because necessarily out of love. It's out of ultimatums. A lot of men fold under pressure. Cuff me now, marry me or else. And then they fold. All right, I got you. No, if a man generally loves a woman, okay, then he'll submit. But a lot of men get punked out here into submission. That's my opinion.
Okay. Let me go ahead and play this clip, and then we'll go ahead and get into it. How old are you, Stanza?
26.
26. Okay. Like a breath of fresh air, you know.
That's a great age, bro. Damn, that was a great age, man.
Yo, the reminiscent can't get it back, huh?
Hey, man, I'm gonna be 27 again, man.
Yeah, like them old heads in the club.
15 pounds down, man. I'm gonna be 27 again, man.
Here we go, y'all.
Contrary to popular belief, men will submit more easily than women because men don't like to argue. Men want peace. So for the sake of peace, I won't say anything. The men say amen. Ladies, are you hearing me? Men will submit faster than you. That's why Bob had to tell you to submit.
No, it was short. I listened to the whole video, the whole clip. He didn't say too much on the front end. He was talking about submission, and he just kind of threw that in. So I know some people may want to know what the rest of it is. But what do you guys thoughts about it? I thought it was interesting. The comments were going pretty crazy on that. Some of the comments that kind of surprised me. But let's go ahead and break it down. What are your thoughts? I'm gonna go ahead and start with you first, Balance.
You want to go to me first? Okay. Well, see, the definition of like submit is to submit to a force above you. So like a superior force. So maybe I have an issue with the word. I don't know. I wouldn't say it's submission. I wouldn't call it that. Compromising, learning how to coexist. Okay. But I just wouldn't use the word submit. That's just me. That's just me. I don't see men submitting to women. That's just me. So you ask me, I'm gonna tell you what I see. Now compromise is a term I would use. I think men compromise and they make it work if they want to with that woman. But the word submission is what women do to men because that man is the leader and you submit to leadership. So that's the best way I could say it. Bye, I'm done.
All right. Ricky over there smiling. Go ahead, Miss Taken. I'm gonna go to you. What are your thoughts? Men submit faster than women.
I kind of agree with what Balance said in regards to submission in a term, I guess the way that is being used in a biblical sense, to give over, yield to the power of authority for another person. So in that regard, I don't think a man is submitting based on the example that he gave, because there isn't a play on authority in that situation. So I think typically the expectation is that the woman submits to her husband because he's, from a biblical sense, have been given the power and authority over the family. So I don't think men don't submit to women. But I do think that they submit to their responsibility. They submit to their duty, things like that.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Hink. What are your thoughts about it, sir? Men submit faster than women.
No, they do. Unfortunately, my man Jay was ready to submit to the beauty of a woman and ready to move his standards because he was thinking about, oh no. Yes, they do. Unfortunately, they do. We submit to the almighty ass.
What?
To the almighty kitty cat. We submit to the big breast. We do.
So you're saying that has power over, right? Authority and power.
Some men it does, and they will do any. They'll go to the end, man. They will kill for that. And that's just unfortunate that we do shit like this. Will Smith did it. He went up there, slapped another man, put his whole career on the line. He submitted to her. Now I know what people say, oh, well, that's his wife. Yeah, he shouldn't have did it. He submitted to her and her demands, and he was totally off the cuff. You know, this Travis Randolph. Thank God he was found not guilty. But her brother submitted to his sister, and what her demands was wanted her to go, you know, shoot the club up because she was feeling some type of way. And what did he do? He submitted and did exactly what he wanted his sister to ask. So yeah, men do it. Unfortunately, they do. Guys, we got to get stronger mentally and emotionally on how we deal and move. We can't fall for just everything. Just because a woman, you know, is pretty and nice and got all of these other special features that we lust for, don't mean we need to fold just because. We got to think bigger than outside, you know, our lower head. You got to use the one on our shoulders.
All right. Like you want to say something, Stanza?
No, I think he right. A lot of men do fold, you know, big booty, big titties, all that. But I honestly believe like just modern church in this era has failed men completely. Like they teach a men to submit, yes, honey, whatever you say, the old ball and chain. Church has failed men completely nowadays. That's just my opinion. That's why I don't even go to church no more.
Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I think it depends on, you know, your maturity, your age, on your submission, you know, what you're submitting to. I agree 100% with Hank when he says, you know, the appearance and the things that you do to just, you know, acquire that person's time. You know, at a certain age, you do whatever. You know, think about when you've been on a date, just listening to nonsense. You know, this person had a hideous personality. You know, they weren't talking about anything, but you endured. You sat there and you submitted to that conversation in that time because, you know, you was attracted to them. You know, that's a form of submission, and all of us have done it, you know, at some point in our lives where we've wasted an ample amount of time around somebody simply because they were attractive, you know. But when you get older, your standards become a little more hardwired. You know, you're a little more, you know, you're a little more stern in what you want and what you won't submit to, you know, which most of the time a guy at that stage in his life, we are the ones who get submitted to. We're the ones that decide, all right, I think I'm ready now, you know, versus when you younger, man, you like a chicken with your head cut off, you know. So I think for, you know, less experience, or when you younger, yeah, you're more impressionable. So yeah, you submit to a lot of that stuff, you know, because women grow up a lot faster. They're a lot more mature at those, you know, those younger ages. So they deal with 1,000 things coming at them, whereas we don't, you know. So they're able to have their way. But once we get older, more mature, it's like, yeah, I'm good. You cute, but nah. I'll be at the crib. Yeah, I ain't about to listen to no nonsense for 27 minutes over a plate of hot wings.
I got a question real quick for the basement. Hold on. So how do you expect a man to be faithful to his wife if he's not attracted to her? Like what he's attracted to is the big booty stuff. Don't you expect he's gonna be faithful then? So you want him to cuff somebody who's not really attracted to just to get a certain outcome?
There's more than just the physical appearance of a woman that attracts to me. I'm attracted to a woman who's smart. It has nothing to do with her physical. I'm attracted.
But we're men, though. We're men. What do we look at? The first thing.
I understand, but that may initially draw you because attracted from somebody from me compared to you. I may find somebody not attractive, but you may think, man, she's drop dead gorgeous, right? So you know it differs, but you know, again, I look beyond the physical features of a woman because look, I'm all for a woman who be educated because if I might have kids with her, I want her to prioritize education because more than likely she's going to teach my son or my daughter on certain things, that she's smart enough she can have and hold a conversation. That's attractive to me. A sense of humor, that is attractive to me. So it's more than just the outer beauty.
Well, basically, let me ask you a question. Because I was listening to this a little while before I jumped on the stream. I agree with, I'm the same way, right? Intelligence is what will keep my attention. But can we be honest and say that as men, before you get to analyze her intelligence, before you get to have a conversation, your facial features got to look a certain way for me to want to approach you. Your entire body structure you have to pass a certain physical test for me to, as a man, want to approach you, engage in conversation with you. Because I don't give a damn how smart you are. I'm not going to care to talk to you if I don't find you physically appealing.
I mean, I don't disagree with that, right?
And I think that's all that they were saying. I think that's it.
No, but if you was hearing the whole conversation, my man, he stumbled when I sit there and said, would he take a 6? But he said, but the 6, is on his plan, following what he's trying to do or want to do. But then I said that 10, she's ratchet, she's cussing you out, she's being disrespectful. And he said, well, yeah. He took an L on that because he was willing to take that ratchet ass 10 over that as submissive, loving 6.
Yeah, now see, in a context like that, I have to agree with you. It's not about that we place. I actually said this morning on my Clubhouse space. I think a lot of times what we do is we place too much of an importance on just purely physical attractiveness, that's actually as a society. That's for both men and women. There's too much importance placed on that. I think it would be much more beneficial if you put a person's morals, person's character, way they think in addition to the way they look, but we value one over the other in this social media based society nowadays, I think.
Have you ever had someone that was, not automatically attractive to you, but once you started interacting with them, you figured out their personality, their sense of humor, they just became beautiful to you? Like, damn, this motherfucker, like literally they became more attractive to me once I got to speak to them, and their personality and everything just opened up. And I've had people that were beautiful and they had terrible personalities and they literally became ugly. You know what I'm saying? I don't know whether that's something psychological, but have y'all experienced that?
Yeah, I said it before. I said, look, your insides are ugly. And so I can't rock with you. I can't look, I'm not gonna have this sexy ass woman put all this exterior stuff on, but your attitude is shitty. There's no way I could take those around my family. I want them around my kids or around anybody I deal with. No. Take your shitty ass attitude on her with them shitty ass people who will deal with your shittiness. I'm not with that. I don't care how beautiful you think you are.
Yeah, but 6s have bad personalities too. Like, there be ratchet 6s out here. There's
This
6s
is
who
true,
are
brother.
ratchet.
I agree with that.
We
But there's also,
stereotyping the women who are dime pieces. We just stereotyping because they fine, but the 6s be bad too.
Well, I think that when it comes to being the 6s, the market corrects them a whole lot quicker than it corrects a 10. I mean, it's well documented that you'll put up, as men, we'll put up with the shit that a beautiful woman gives us versus one let's just be honest. If a woman is as Big Shirley and she talking crazy, you're gonna cut her off very quickly versus a woman that looks like Megan Good or Megan Thee Stallion, somebody that you deem physically attractive. You're willing to tolerate more shit off of them. Just off principle. You're willing to tolerate more shit because they look better, right? And so pretty privilege for women has a major benefit, and what women call it for men is the handsome handout. The more attractive a person is to you, the more of their shit you're willing to tolerate. Doesn't make it right, but that's just what it is.
Well, that's why I said a man will be submissive. That's why I said what I said about that. We'll be submissive to them 10s you're talking about because they look good. We shouldn't be like that. That's not how it should be. But unfortunately, that's what some men choose.
Let me go ahead and get Penny into this discussion. Men submit faster than women. What are your thoughts, Penny?
Okay, I think I remember the video, but it's a couple of talking points I kind of forgot. But at first, I was going to say women do submit faster because I'm thinking about the dynamics of the relationship. When you first meet a man that kind of checks all your boxes, you're kind of willing to say, I'm gonna rock with him. You're excited about the relationship right away. And whatever he want to do, let's go and do it. But then as I was listening to Jay and Hink, when I think about it, I kind of think about my best friend and her relationship with the guy that she was talking to, and she is horrible to him. She is horrible to him, but she's, she's really pretty. And even though he used to be an NFL player as well, even though he has that kind of status, he is still accepting some of the things that she is taking him through. And to the point to where I have to come in and kind of humble her a little bit, but it shouldn't be me humbling her, it should be him humbling her. And it's like the things he's willing to deal with just to be with her. I don't know. Maybe men do submit faster than women do.
Look at Zion, you know what I'm saying?
Well, Zion's a great example. Anyone, Devon Franklin? Anybody? Devon Franklin? When he called Megan Good his dream girl, right? So it goes back to what I was saying earlier, that the prettier a woman is, the more quick we're willing to submit to whatever it is that she wants to put us through. It does not make it right, wrong, or indifferent, but that definitely is a true statement that if we get the quote unquote girl of our dreams, and a lot of this also has to do with the fact that how much attention were men getting from women in high school in their developmental years. If you are always, brought up and you're used to female attention, you're less likely to submit to a woman solely based on the fact that she's physically attractive, because you're used to, it's almost like getting a new car. Eventually the newness wears off, not to compare women to cars, but the analogy is essentially the same. When you're used to getting a particular type of thing, that dopamine shot that you get in your brain every time you see that pretty woman, or it loses its value, it loses its control over you in a sense.
So again, since we looking at the order of videos and it being Sunday and stuff, so I had a conversation with a mentor a while ago, like sometime last year, and this conversation stuck with me because we were talking about submission. And one of the examples she gave, she said that a lot of times, in terms of the biblical standpoint, that people use the Bible to support certain behaviors, right? And so what she explained is that the Bible provides the basic recipe. So if you follow the recipe exactly, then you'll end up with the right results. But the problem is that when you start substituting things to just align with certain aspects of what you want, to justify certain behaviors, things like that, you start substituting those ingredients and then expect, the same results. And that doesn't happen. And so as I had begun doing a little more like research in terms of submission, because I'm not gonna lie, I think submission in the way that it has been distorted because of that very thing, people using it to justify certain things, but not looking at it in its totality. Because in a part that a lot of times I know men will say, well, it says, you're supposed to submit to your husband, but they leave out the part that does say that you're supposed to submit to one another. So it's not just that only women are supposed to be submitting, men are supposed to be submitting as well, and children are supposed to be submitting. There is an order to things. And I think a lot of times when, especially, if you're, I don't want to say if you're not Christian or whatever, but this is where that idea of submission is coming from. And, you're not religious, but then you still want a woman to submit without doing the other part. And I think that's part of the issue with why women have a hard time with the idea of submission. So I just want to read something really quick because this explained it, and it was an aha moment for me in how submitting to one another looks, just on every level. So it said that the idea was that believers are supposed to submit to one another, not because anybody deserves it, but is out of reverence for Christ. And so he provided the example when he submitted and became man and then gave his life. So then when they were talking about women submitting to their husbands, it broke it down with each one. And it says that wives are supposed to submit to their husbands, which align themselves under their husbands to illustrate the response of the church to Christ. The husbands are supposed to align themselves under their wives by loving them selflessly, illustrate in a way Jesus loved, the church by dying for them. Children are to align themselves under their parents in honor and obedience, but fathers need to align themselves under their children by not provoking them to anger and training them up in the discipline and instruction. So when I looked at it like that, it shows that there's a order in which submission is supposed to be provided. And that made it a little easier for me to understand and do what I'm supposed to do in terms of how that submission is supposed to look in a marriage.
And I just wanted to say, I think it depends on what system you subscribe to. If you're subscribing to red pill, blue pill, feminist, your environment, what your parents did, the Bible. So I think it just depends on what system you subscribe to. It's going to really depict on your view of what submission is and who submits first.
Well, I think it's ironic that when people bring up the concept of submission, they always leave out the part, too much to Miss Taken's point is, when I always give this example and I always tell the story when people, ask me about submission. When Jesus is at when he has his last meal, he does something very, very interesting that is often usually completely missed when people read any of the four gospels. He washes the feet of his disciples. That includes Judas Iscariot. Now, at some point in our lives, our wives will piss us off to no end. Our husbands will piss, I'm sure we'll piss our wives off to no end. But what is demonstrated is what Jesus says to his disciples. He says, if you've called me Lord and Master, which you said, well, because I am, and I have washed your feet, I have humbled myself. The maker of the universe has humbled himself to the point he's washing the feet of his own creation. How much more is a husband supposed to do for a wife? If you crafted an example and led your life in that way, there's no way a woman wouldn't want to submit to you. If she didn't want to submit to you, she's crazy. She's insane. Then she should be left alone because you've done absolutely everything you can possibly do. You gave a great example. You did what you're supposed to do, but very few people want to actually walk in what that looks like. What does it genuinely look like to be a Christ-like leader? It's a very difficult task to accomplish. Very difficult.
See, this is the thing.
Life, the whole purpose, if you just follow him, what he did is he served.
Yes, that's exactly.
And that's the whole point. Hold on, because y'all been rambling, right? And I'm a ramble right now, so don't take it to heart. So the thing is, right? Men submit off back because we have to bring something to provide to even apply for a woman. Men submit every day. A man has to submit his works to even be considered worthy of a wife. Right? So yes, men submit first. All we asking is for our woman to return is to return the favor. That's it. Return the favor. I know men now. Y'all want to deal with these whole niggas and these whole studs. That's complete. We're not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. That's your choice to choose. I'm talking about men. Men know they have to provide and submit certain things to get a good woman, to get a wife off bat. Yeah. Off bat, right? So again, it's not men that's out here trying to build a family and have a wife and children, right? It's the ones, again, who people allow to mess up the order of things. Men, we give off bat. We give off bat. We're seen as utilities in most cases. We're seen as utilities. What can you provide for us? What can you provide for me? Men said them very selves on these panels. Y'all talk about the best of them if y'all want, right? It's all about what a man can provide. So for me to be providing something, that means I'm giving you something. I'm submitting something to you. So men submit first. All we ask is that you return the favor. That's it.
You think in today's generation, though, I think you'd have to say that many many women don't feel like they need to return the favor because they didn't have, I mean, a lot of them didn't have dads growing up. A lot of them were raised with a philosophy that says, I don't need a man. So if they're raised with a particular philosophy, they're not even going to have an understanding that they need to repay anything. Essentially, that's what, especially in my generation, because I'm 27 years old, that's what our dating generation is saying. It's an era of, I don't have to submit. I can bring just as much to the table as a man can. Therefore, what do I need to do? Nothing. I can do there are women today that are saying I can do it. I can actually, some of them are saying I make more money than the men around me. Therefore, I'm my own man and I'm my own boss. I mean, that's where the whole independent, that's where it came from. I mean, that's literally where it came from. It is what we're seeing is a reversal of what I would call the natural way of things, right? Typically for God knows how many years, men were the providers, and women were more, in the home, that type of thing. Well, in the Black community, women were always working, so I can't necessarily use that, but you get my point. There was never a general point where women were making more than men in mass, but what we're seeing as time is advancing, we're seeing a shrinking wealth gap between Black men and Black women to the point where if it maintains its current trend, Black women will eventually out-earn Black men by the year 2050. So they're beginning to graduate colleges at higher rates. They're beginning to actually get degrees outside of organizational management and leadership. They're beginning to gain more of a foothold in STEM, in mathematics, science, technology, engineering. So what we're literally watching is the literal feminization of men and the masculinization of women. We're watching it in real time in the Black community as the guinea pig for this shit. And what are we doing?
Well, I think the problem is we always it's always about money for a man. And men provide more than just money. We provide more than that. So look, if a woman doesn't, I don't hear in a woman's voice saying, showing me that I need a man, not that I want a man, that I need a man, I'm not going to get with that woman. That woman don't have a chance with me. And
you said if she doesn't, so you said if she said she needs one, she doesn't have a chance?
She doesn't say I need a man.
Oh, okay.
If I don't see that in her actions and the way she moves and her words, don't get with her.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Leave my ass at a goddamn restaurant.
Hank, I think that is exactly part of the problem, that women aren't taught or necessarily see the value in a man outside of what society says a man is. Like a man, in terms of value, men are valued for how much money they make because they're supposed to be, providers, right? Or sex or what have you. That's where it's that value in a man is placed. And I think what happens is, as a woman, when the only thing that you're taught, like in terms of reflection of society, the importance of a man is having money so they can take care of you, provide for you in that regard, we lose that essence of the need of a man. Because now when I'm working and I can provide all of those things that, historically or in the past, that was what men did. They went to work so they can provide a house to help you take care of the children and things like that based on the finances. Now, when women are in a position where they can provide all of those things for themselves, they don't understand the value of the man because we place the value of a man in terms of money. So my question to you as men, outside of the money aspect, and of course, we can see physical strength. We know that's going to be beneficial to us. What are the values that you should say women should look for in a man outside of finances? What is the value? Now, I know, but I want you guys to say it because I know it for me. But what would you say to other women? Like, okay, outside of finances, these are the things that women should look for in terms of needing a man for.
Well, one of the things, I'm going to provide counsel for a woman. I'm going to provide leadership for a woman. I'm going to provide that logic that you need from them. I'm going to be that helpful person who's going to help you make the right decision, the most logical decision, the sound decision, the less emotional decision. Those are some of the things a man provides that y'all see. I'm going to be that maintenance man. I'm going to be that repair man. I'm the one that's going to, like you said, provide that security. I'm going to be the person that provides you a stopgap between that enemy and you and our kids. That's me. That's what I provide. Those things y'all don't see. Y'all think y'all can call Mr. Charlie up. Mr. Charlie gonna be right there when it happens. Mr. Charlie gonna be one up putting down that yellow tape and drawing that white line when it's all said and done. But I'm gonna be that person gonna allow you to get out and go to safety and take our kids with you, and I deal with what I got to deal with. Hopefully, I come out on top.
I think I'm kind of confused on those two words. Why do people make those words so strong, like want and need? Because Ricky, when he was talking about communication, he was talking about the understanding of things. If the want and the need works in your relationship, if someone says, I want my husband, I don't need my husband, I want my husband, and that works for them, and he understands what she means by that for them, why is that so bad to say? Like, why do people get so caught up on those words of wants and needs when it depends on your relationship? If I was in a marriage and someone said, and I told my husband, I don't need to have sex with him, but I want to have sex with him, would you then say, oh, it's a big deal? She said she didn't need to, but she wants to. It depends on what it means to us and how he feels about it and the understanding that I have of it with him.
That's all I'm saying. What works for y'all? What works for y'all? Again, we need to really stop. What I tell y'all is my perception of what works for me, right? Like I told y'all, it don't matter at the end of the day what it looks like to anyone else. No one else cares about your relationship. Let me say it again. No one else cares.
Nope.
You care. You care how it looks, right? You put emphasis on those things. No one else, you. And if somebody's coming to you talking about your relationship, that's because you allowed them to. Now, to answer Miss Taken's question, I am the anchor. As a husband and a man, I am your anchor to reality. I'm the one who pull you back down when your bubble's going too high. That's what I am, right? Because the truth of the matter is, if we talk about women and the way y'all operate, and y'all can call me, debate me, right? When y'all get in y'all little hen circles, most, not all, you guys do not check nor bring y'all friends back to reality. Y'all don't. Y'all lie to each other about each other. Y'all look past stuff that y'all do to each other about each other. I am the one who's going, like you want to know if a woman about you, hit her with the truth. Yeah. Hit her with the truth. That's what I mean when I tell people. I be like, I tell my girl, I'm gonna hit you in your face with the truth and see how you like it. See how you respond. See if you ride with it. See if you want to fight it. If you want to fight it, you ain't the one. Right? See, but what happens is that you never, as men, this is the problem with men. You never had anyone to pull your coattail and tell you what's what. Right? So you grew up listening to the wrong people about how to deal with women, how to analyze women, how to move with women. Right? And then you get older and you're going to be lonely just like the ones y'all talking about, these ladies hitting the wall. Your ass going to hit a wall too. Right? Because by the time you realize what the game really was, it's too late. It's too late. And no matter what y'all say, everybody moves in this imagination bubble that you're better than you are, right? That you're part of this 1% of people who who's the dude that just had a baby at 70-something, Robert De Niro, whoever it was, right? Y'all think y'all part of that echelon, right? Like you got millions in the bank. The truth is, dudes, when you're 60, ain't no 27-year-old going to be rocking with you. You ain't got money like that. You ain't built like that. Most of y'all not. Stop fucking lying. Could y'all please, black people, could y'all please stop lying? The majority of us in here is not part of the 10%. You're not. Stop trying to have options that apply to you, that use options that you do not, that you know for a fact in real life do not apply to you. They don't. Find you a good man. Find you a good woman, and I ain't talking. Nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect, right? I'm sure I get on my wife's nerves sometimes, right? Find somebody that you can understand. I understand you, and I love you, and I'm willing to rock it out with you. Y'all thinking it's a million better deals out here. They are, but those just like that deal might not like you.
And boy, that's a fact. That's a fact. But I think of what causes people to think that they can have them kind of options, as if everybody's Robert De Niro. The prosperity gospel. Look at most black people still claim some form of religion, and they go to these churches today, and these preachers run around talking about whatever you want, whatever you desire. Your happiness stands in my line is paramount. Whatever you think, you desire, you attract it, bring it to yourself. If you think it, name it, claim it, blah, blah, blah. We live in this cafeteria, salad bar, religious society where we take a little bit of Christianity, a little bit of Hinduism, a little bit of Buddhism, we mix all that crap together, and we get, what do we got? Everybody wanting what they think they are qualified for. When the Bible says if you don't work, you don't eat. That means everything. That don't just mean tilling the ground. It means if you want to be to that 10%, you got to put in the work that the 10%ers put in. If you want to, have the access to women that Robert De Niro and Al Pacino got, you got to have some sort of high income skill that can get you the same level of access. The road you travel to get to that end destination is different, but it's all about work. But we don't in this community, we don't see work as something to be done. We see it as just something to bitch about.
But why work when you can just manifest it?
Right, manifest. Oh yeah, read The Secret. Read the book The Secret. You just speak it into existence, and the universe will hear it, and the universe will align itself. Bullshit.
I mean,
That's
look,
like
I can agree with some of these preachers are going to keep y'all women single.
They absolutely, because they screwing them. Because they screwing the women that's in the church.
Well, I'm not going to go that far, but I understand what you mean.
I'm going to go there. I'm going to go there since we're going there. Because here's the thing. You have to understand, the preachers are in competition. The preachers in modern churches are in competition. This is why black male attendance in church is so low, because men are not trying to compete with power. The preacher in modern churches has 100% of the psychological power in that place. He has 100% of it. If you go look at any major modern church today, corruption is sitting at the center of the pulpit. And this is not to be funny. This is not to, look at Eddie Long. Nobody and their mama would have guessed he was doing what he was doing. Nobody would have guessed it.
I would have.
Well, oh, but
okay. Let me say this also. Since you took it there again, Penny, what you talking about? They feel like they need that pastor. They can't go without going to church they can't miss a Sunday because they feel like they need you don't need your man, your husband. Mm-hmm. No, that's a problem.
It's the same thing. It's the same.
Stay away from God on this subject.
Church.
I ain't going to say church is a reason.
No. Remind you what I'm saying. I'm not talking about. Let me be very clear on this, because I don't want this. I got to be very careful with this, because I don't want this to get misused. I am a diehard Christian. It ain't Jesus. It's the people that represent him. It's the ones
they're just the messengers anyway. You choose who you want to follow.
Also, let's say misrepresent him.
They absolutely misrepresent him, because he told you to do something real specific. And what we're seeing today is absolutely antithetical to anything that Nazarene ever taught. It's absolutely antithetical.
I mean, everybody is somebody in this world that's going to spread something. So
church is an institution that has been denigrated, poisoned, and simply turned as a tool against black people. All church is the feminization of ideals to apply. Like I said, it's a big hen circle headed by a man. Right? Again, I don't care what nobody say. The Bible, look, you take the Bible how you want it, but the truth of the matter is there's certain rules in it that apply. Just like what Miss Taken said, it's the blueprint. And it doesn't matter to me if you can't sit up there and say you're Christian, you're this and you're that, but when it comes to the ultimate relationship, the ultimate covenant that men and women have on this planet, which is between each other in a marriage, women don't want to move how the Bible says to move. I don't give a fuck about churches. If you're a woman of God, move godly. Like I said before, it doesn't matter. Don't sit up there and keep saying, "Oh, you marry." If that man offered you his hand in marriage and you took it, that's your leader. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up, or divorce the man. Y'all have law. Hey, what it say? Give to Caesar what is Caesar's. Correct. right? You
Talking
under
about
the
tax money, yeah.
right? It applies to all the laws and everything, right? Again, the laws of the land. So we live in a world where divorce is totally legal and legit. Then get the fuck out and stop complaining, right? But again, y'all don't want to do that, right? But y'all sit up there and use those laws to your advantage by not being a woman of God, right? This is what's wrong with women. Y'all want to take take the meat and spit out the bones. When it comes to marriage, the bones come with the chicken. When it comes to marriage, the bones comes with the chicken, and that's what y'all. It's a vow. It's a vow. You're supposed to be there for life. But y'all, like I said, y'all not being the reason why men are not the men they are is because women are not the women they need to be. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. Y'all keep talking about purpose. Man's supposed to be a man's purpose is to get out here and get it, to establish a family so he can have kids. So his legacy y'all, I ain't gonna even say legacy because that shit is stupid. Everybody not gonna leave the same legacy, right? So you can have children, so you have progenitors, so they can have kids, and this is how people try time travel at the worst. We're all the same at the end of the day. Dogs do it, ants do it, cats do it, birds do it, right? You having sex so you can have a child and move on down the line. Plain and simple, short and sweet, right? So again, if y'all don't want to play by the rules that's established by God, there's nothing else to talk about because it shows every day in relationships, no matter what, and just what we said earlier, right? No matter what, at the end of the day, me as a man, this is what I'm talking about for me. Forget if y'all gonna do what y'all gonna do, it's y'all life. I don't care, right? I don't care, right? But me as a man, even when my woman is not doing everything I need 100%, I still got to pay the bills. I still got to be a man. I still got to cut the grass. I still got to do these things as a man to provide for the family that I chose to choose. Do women look at it the same way? The majority. The majority.
When it comes to kids, yeah, they look at it the same way, I would think, because they'll provide like hell for the kids they got. I'll give them that much, yes.
But he's referring to the relationship between husband and wife or man and woman, and I actually agree with him.
He's spot on with everything else. I mean, there's no I mean, they're initiating 80% of the divorces. They and the top 3 reasons are usually finances, irreconcilable differences, or infidelity. So, I mean, it's for whatever reason, women are not seeing it the same as men. I don't think black men value marriage at the same rates either. I was reading this book called "Is Marriage for White People" by Ralph Richard Banks, and the wealthier African American. Well, you so mistaken. You read the book yourself, I'm assuming. And among the black community as a whole, marriage is a declining institution. It's losing its luster. I mean, that's across, and it doesn't matter if you have money or not. 54% of wealthy Americans are not getting married at the same. Black Americans are not getting married like they used to. So we're watching again the loss of that quote unquote old traditional way of things. Marriage is becoming an outdated institution, and it needs to be revitalized.
Let me say this for the young blood, my man Stanza. Look here, man. If you're gonna pick a woman, pick your good woman who has some type either her father or father figure in her life, or some instant of a father. So then that's gonna let you know that she has some certain level of respect and admiration for a man. That's how you choose a good woman. That's one of the characteristics you should look for in a woman.
I mean, I honestly think submission is definitely the submission topic. I think it's definitely a choice. In terms of when women submit, I honestly believe like if you her first choice, if she really love you, she care about you, all the other finance and stuff like that, it's not gonna really mean nothing. She gonna work with you. But the problem is a lot of women are ending up with men they don't really like. And so now they're like, okay, what does he have? What is his money like? What does he do? What's his status? But there's a lot of men out here who got nothing and they got a good woman. He broke. He got a good woman. He driving her car and she love him.
All right. Anybody got any final thoughts? Anybody want to say any last minute word? Oh yeah, it's pretty high.
You ain't gotta do it. You ain't gotta do it, Penny. Just call your landlord and he'll take care of that. Put a work order in. But hey,
crazy.
Talk to that man of yours. Tell him we need to have a conversation Get us
I get it. We got to
ladder.
get a ladder. We got to get like an extended ladder to get it.
Man, hey, just
At
go to
that
Home
point, we
Depot.
just like,
Oh,
let's
yeah,
just
just
go
go to
to
Home
Home
Depot and get you a ladder.
Rent a ladder. You can rent a ladder if you need to.
Yeah, there you go. Because I don't know how y'all deal with that, man. It becomes a common sound for some folks. I just be like,
yeah. At this point,
Mine went off yesterday. As soon as I heard I got that 9-volt battery.
No, man, they'd be like, hear what? You don't hear that, like.
Yeah, if you used to it, you don't even hear it. If you not used to it, it'll drive you crazy, yo.
Man,
put that work order in.
at this point, it's the sound of the house.
I know. I heard it last week.
Bird
I'm surprised no one said nothing last week too. I was like,
Yeah, I heard it, but I was just thinking, like, maybe
He just let it rock. Yeah,
I'm like, maybe it just came on during the stream.
but it's like there's something up there. I think I'm gonna be all right.
You was new last week. I didn't want to give you too much trouble.
Unless
you
okay.
came off some type of way.
It's a fire hazard.
Blame it on Balance. She forced me to be nice.
Thanks, Balance.
Great conversation, you guys. Want to thank you guys for your perspective. Jay Stans, I appreciate your honesty and being transparent. Hopefully you was able to gain some things. Look forward to seeing you around, brother. Penny, it was a delightful having you again. Balance, Austin, Jay, Mistaken, Hink, and Ricky. A lot of folks on the platform do have YouTube channels, so let's make sure we support each other. Get them a follow. They got their IGs up there. Most of the links are tagged to where you can find them at. Austin's on Clubhouse, has a huge following over there, so make sure you guys follow him. Stan is on TikTok, so you make sure just go ahead and support each other, man. That's what it's all about. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel on your way out. Anybody else want to say anything last before we get out of here? Anything? Y'all make sure y'all enjoy the rest of y'all Sunday. Y'all be safe out there. I'm pretty sure the Heat is going to win the game tomorrow. And that actually makes it serious, man. I don't want basketball again.
Yeah, I don't.
And it's like, damn, like what the hell we gonna do?
That'd be the worst time, man. June to August, man.
Until
football come back.
How would you say, Hink? Baseball?
I guess you got to start watching baseball.
Like, I don't mind going to the games in person. I'm watching.
That's a sport I could never. I don't care how much. I could never watch the game of baseball. There's no way.
But it's fun going. Like you said, it's fun going.
Oh, no, at the actual, watching it at the place, actually in the arena, but on TV, I'd rather play baseball myself outside than to.
I go say, I think the Big Three's still going on if you're into that. So,
tennis.
They still got that going on.
Oh no, for sure. Yeah, with Ice Cube. Oh yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, I thought they were going through some type of issues or something like that.
No, they still been rocking. They on a different network now. They remember they used to be with like Fox, FX. They with CBS now. So
I'm gonna probably have to host a little basketball tournament, something like that, man. See if we can get the games going on.
You not in Atlanta, are you, Lapeef?
Nah.
Oh, I was about to say if you was. Oh no, I'll be up in there for sure.
Yeah. I mean, we could take it city to city. We could do our own, big.
Hey man,
Big 12 or something like that. A lot of old folks. I'm tired. It's quite long.
I still got a lot of youth left in me, boy. I'll call my boys. We'll run through that shit. I'm telling you.
I'll stay on one side of the court. I just straight play strictly defense. I'll just rebound and box out.
Be cherry picking like a motherfucker. 27. He ain't running down the court to go defense.
I said, y'all calm down there. Y'all shoot it up. I just play defense and rebound.
But then the person that's sticking you, you're like, well, shit, I'm gonna stay down with him. I gotta stick him, right? So lazy as hell. He ain't want to come back on D. Talking about his man down there.
Yeah. So put the two overheads on against each other. So we understand what we got to do.
And you got that one person like, oh, y'all got me sticking this motherfucker, but running around all goddamn game, running around.
Yeah, that's gonna be me. I'm running from corner to corner. We shooting it. We shooting right out the damn.
I see you with the straight back.
Straight backs.
It's summertime. It's hot. So
I was gonna say, when you out of the country or something, did you take a lengthy vacation somewhere?
Not yet, but I'm about to go to Aruba though, so I'm excited.
Softball is where it's at. Softball was nothing to drag out to. I do softball, but I just want to bat the entire time. I don't.
There you, that part. There you go.
Hey, what about playing kickball, JR? You ever got into them adult kickball tournaments?
Kickball? No, I never done it. I play up the wall. I don't know if y'all remember that, up the wall.
Off the wall, where you throw the tennis ball off the wall.
That's it. I guess back.
Yeah, I call it. Yeah, I mean it's same thing, different areas called something different.
Yeah.
You call it what you call it? Up the wall.
Yeah, up the wall. Or
And
either what's the game you play? Killer Man.
Killer Man, like Killer Carrier.
Yeah, so like whoever had it, everybody chase them, tackle.
Mhm.
Well, I was gonna say they got that adults kickball tournaments out here, and they also do flag football here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Co-ed flag football as well as you know.
Oh yeah, they flag football. They do it in Chicago, man. They kind of keep people in shape too. Keep them running. So it's one of the things I look forward to. They want to do some activities, man. You might take some stuff on the road and have some activities, man. So stay tuned, man. A lot of great things gonna be coming soon. But Balance, I'm surprised you stuck around, Balance. That camera goes. Yeah, that means the conversations must be elevated. It must be up there. We're talking about something else or something like that. You get the.
No, don't do that. No, I'm multitasking. That's all.
Oh, more red snapper?
No, I'm not making red snapper today. You know, I'm making some stew actually.
Okay, beef stew?
No, not beef. No, chicken.
Are you chicken?
Chicken.
Sweeney say drop the link. Sweeney trying to come up here, man. He trying to come up here and cause some chaos, man.
Come on up here, Sweeney. Hang out with us a little bit after hours. What about white chili?
White chili?
Y'all had white chili?
What's that mean?
White chili.
Cauliflower rice?
Well, it's chicken, white beans, and huh?
Yeah, white beans?
Yeah. So white beans, chicken, and chicken broth and all that stuff. That's what they use instead of the red meat and all that. But yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Okay.
Damn. White beans. I ain't never seen that. I never seen no white beans at the store. It's a special store.
Yeah, it's white beans.
He realized they was beans, but yeah, they got white beans.
Yeah,
check it out, man. Hey, Kelly said you was a man who loved to cook. I'm surprised you ain't never.
Well, I'm not a bean person. Kelly is a bean person. I had all types of beans. I think I had something that had like 7 different types of beans in it. It was good. It was good, but I don't buy beans. Grandma used to make lima beans. Well, that's what I
love some lima beans.
Yeah, I grew up on lima beans, and
I can't stand no things.
Lima beans is good. It all depends on who make it. Just like greens, everybody can't make greens to me. So,
look, as soon as you drop that link, Sweeney right up here for the shit.
Yeah.
I don't even need. I can eat lima beans.
You did an upgrade, Sweeney?
Huh?
You did an upgrade with your camera?
It just looks better in the daytime.
Okay.
Yeah.
How everybody doing today?
Doing cool,
good,
man.
brother.
Did you enjoy it?
We just heard to give Balance her credit because normally she'd be out by now. So we give her all
beans too. That's what she made. 15 beans. So my correction, I said 7. It was 15 beans.
She had to correct you. I like that.
Yeah.
Nah, JR, I'm not here to cause chaos, man. I did wanted to offer a perspective, something that God damn it, what's her name? Mistaken. Yeah. Something that she was talking about was the golly, y'all. I'm over there trying to make this thing, but she was talking about what was the last thing she said? It was about the people pick who they choose or something like that, and she says the access to sex and marriage or whatnot, right? And I think where a lot of people get it wrong is that we forget the key word in there, which is access. So yes, men control the access to marriage and relationships. However, women do have the choice to accept. You know what I mean? For instance, if you look at it like this. Say, for instance, I'm a convenience store, right? Every day I open that convenience store. Every day I close that convenience store. You can come up to me. You can wait outside the convenience store till you blue in the face. But until I unlock the convenience store, you have no choice whether you can go in there or not. So When I say, hey, will you marry me? That's me opening up the store. Now you can choose whether to walk through that door or not. However, you have no access to that convenience store until I give you access. And the same way goes for sex. That's why they say women control the access to sex, because until she opens the door to sex, you have no way of getting to it. And if you get a little dark, this is gonna get a little dark, but don't.
Just be careful. We got balance here.
Yeah, I know. If you get a little dark,
You get too dark.
when it comes to marriage, when it comes to marriage and sex,
I might get nervous, Sweeney. Go ahead and spit it out. You don't know what you about to ready to say.
this is dark, but in history, men have even been able to break into the gates of sex, if that makes sense to y'all. Yes, that's exactly what I mean, balance. If you think about what I'm saying, men even have the access to break into the gate of sex. Whereas, where in history have women been able to break into the gate of marriage or relationships?
Do y'all understand what he's talking about?
I have no idea. I'm
All
listening.
right.
I'm paying
So,
attention.
This is it's even, when you think about it, it's dark as hell. But even
You
when
want to put in the back chat, or you want to draw it for us?
no, I can explain, because I don't want to actually say the word, because we all know, i.e., a woman can put it like this: a woman cannot take a marriage or relationship from a man. Does that make sense?
I don't know, Sweeney. I'm looking at Balance's response.
Look at let me help Sweeney out. How about them Denver Nuggets, man? I mean, what do you think gonna happen with them, man? You think they gonna win Monday or what?
Yeah, here they're causing chaos.
Yeah. Sweetie, you was about to go way too dark for me, brother.
Kelly Connection pretty much caught on to it, but I didn't want to say it outright.
Yeah.
In the world, that can happen, even in that sense, but you cannot take a marriage or relationship from a man. You can't, like, how do you force a man to marry you? How do you force a man to have a relationship with you? You can't.
In the 60s and 70s, you got pregnant.
But that don't mean, like, somebody that required an outside force, though. Like, the woman couldn't say, hey, get over here and marry me right now. That's why they had the shotgun weddings, because the dad had to come in and make the man do it. Otherwise, it wouldn't happen. So that's what, like, that whole control, even when you talk about the control of access, it gets even darker when you think about it in the world, because even when you talk about being a gatekeeper for something, in marriage and relationships, women can't even break down the gates of marriage for relationship without the consent of the man or him opening up to her. But in a darker sense, men can even come in and break down the gate and access to sex if they some dark ass, ain't shit ass dudes. You know what I mean?
I think we probably need to pivot, Sweetie.
Let me pivot.
No, I
Nuggets.
take a time off for a second. I think you tried to clean it up, then it just wasn't happening. I'm looking at the react. It just went left, man. I don't know.
How about them Denver Nuggets?
I'm telling you, I think it's over Monday, man. I think they're gonna end it in Denver. That's my opinion.
Help.
Yo, I hope not, man. I hope it don't end, fam. I hope it don't end.
I don't think it's gonna end on Monday. I think they're gonna squeeze one more game out of that. Because what sport is after this? What is it? Baseball?
Baseball.
Ain't nobody watching that.
Yeah,
ain't nobody currently going on now.
Sweeney over there sweating, man. Y'all.
But what y'all think about that Zion situation, man?
No, hold on. Right. Before we switch it down, we can't talk about it. I don't think it's a bad thing about being chose. I think people are getting a little bit triggered about that word chose. I mean, if you get chose, that's a good thing. There's nothing wrong with it. Shit, that means somebody wants you, right? So if the guy chooses you, or we phrase it and say, hey, the guy chooses you, what's wrong with that? If he chooses you, then that means he's probably going to go the extra mile. He's probably going to do a lot more than what he would typically do if he's labeling and saying, I chose you. That means you have his attention. So I don't think it's a bad thing. I think everybody was going around going back and forth about it. I don't think it's a bad thing.
I also don't think anybody understands how good it is for the average guy to get chosen by a woman.
Now he may say that women don't choose men.
They don't.
Well, you know what I mean. Obviously, you know what I mean. You still gotta, but like to even be put in that position to be even chosen, like for a woman to open herself up to you, like that don't happen as often as people think it does. The average man has 1 to 5 sexual partners in his lifetime. 1 to 5. So
that's nothing wrong with that, though.
No, that's what I'm saying. So, like, when you talk about like for like only that means 1 to 5 women in your lifetime has been like, all right, I'm cool with this. Now, which ones you choose to stick around with, neither here nor there. But hey, it's a blessing to be chosen by women as well. Because you could be out here alone. Like, imagine if no woman on the planet wants you. And we've seen it. There's a whole community of people out there. It's called red pill rage and everything. Imagine if you lived in a world where no woman wanted you, no matter how hard you work.
Are we trying to like insinuate about the red pill?
I say red pill rage. There's a difference.
Okay.
There's a huge difference. There's a difference between red pill and red pill rage. Red pill rage is a totally different thing. But like,
y'all in these terminologies, man. This is all. I need to get an encyclopedia, man. You got red pill rage.
There's a terminology for everything, man. Yeah. Now everything has a terminology. Like Hank talked about it last week when he was talking about, you know, that anger after a relationship, how it totally jades your outlook on everything. You know, I think the only problem is some people live there. Some people make a pit stop, and some people live there. You can't live there. If you find yourself living there, then you need to change your whole surroundings. You need to change what you're watching, what you're eating. You need to change your diet. If you've been in that stage for 10 years, there's something wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and to piggyback off what Jay said, I agree because I lived that. I had to get therapy for that in order to get out of that dark place where I know I was. I mean, because again, I was that guy who said, "Fuck marriage. Marriage is for suckers." I said all of that, right? But again, it took me to get therapy in order to get out of that dark part of my life.
I think we've all. Well, I know I've been there. I've been there too. You know what I mean? Well, I've been there when it came to like family courting and stuff like that. That's where I got my, you know what I mean, my rage from and everything. And it took a lot. It took family to come in and guide me through. It took me having to sit and really understand the situation I was in and how to navigate it. Because otherwise, shoot, I think a lot of men, there was a time and place where they felt like, damn, I can't stand, you know what I mean, women, because of how they felt like they were being treated in the world. So it's real out there.
Yeah, no, you can't live there, man. You have to.
It's not healthy, but you know you should. But not just as far as women, just negativity. Period. Yeah. You know, regardless of what it is, you need to do what you need to do to get out of that state of mind. It's not a good place. So, but yeah. Sweetie's crazy.
I'll try. I'm glad I made the choice
that I made. That's all right, sweetie. That's why I'm gonna bear you out with this. I'm glad I made a choice of choosing the woman that I chose now because I realize how much I need her. You know, so when I sit there and say, you know, women need men, yeah, they do. Some ladies don't want to admit it because their pride won't let them, and that's cool. And that's what that'll continue to keep you single. You'll be chilling out with Rose, Blanche, Dorothy, and Sophia, and the rest of them chicks down in Florida. You know, I heard the prices are going down in Florida, so there'll be some good real estate for you to go buy a home and shack it with the rest of them women. But I you know, as far as needing a woman, yeah, I need the woman who I'm with now because of what she does for me, the peace she brings in my life. I realized some shit I didn't realize before. Yeah, I need to switch some things up. Certain things about my lifestyle and the way I was moving allow me to acknowledge that.
You know, can you highlight some of those things if you don't mind? Hank,
highlight
some of the things that you realize that you need. I'm just curious.
Highlight some of the things I need. Well, she helped me to be more organized. way more than what I was before. You know, she you know, certain men we feel like what we consider clean. She helped me recognize, okay, well, there's a different level of cleaning, and she does some deep dive cleaning to the point where I feel like she got rid of some bodies and cleaned up way too good than what I was used to. So those are some of the things she allow me to recognize my softer side of me. You know what I'm saying? I can't come off overly aggressive at times, and how I communicate and how I interact with individuals. So those are some of the things that I needed to switch up and change, and she allowed me to recognize that. So,
that's impressive, man.
I got a question for y'all, because Ricky said something interesting. Do y'all think there is a wall for men?
Hey, what?
Do y'all think there is a wall for men? Like, you know how everybody talk about how women, there's a wall, they're gonna hit the wall. Do y'all think there's a wall for men?
Yeah.
I think it's later, but yeah. I don't think the wall for men is like aging out, actually. I think the wall for a man is just like he's not bingo. He's no longer trying to grow and evolve. He's set in his ways, he's set in his habits, and he is no longer a productive member of society. He's not a steward. He's not helping. He's not taking somebody that's younger and pouring into them. He's just complacent, drinking, you know. Like you hear about it sometime, man. They find, men that lived a certain way for a long time, man. They, you find them in they tighty whities, with a cup of damn scotch and a coffee cup, watching TV. Nobody found him. Nobody knew he was there. Landlord walking in apartment one day because it smelled crazy. This dude in his tighty whities, man.
I think a man hits the wall when he stopped growing. That's and if a man stopped growth, he's hit the wall. Now, not to say he can't knock that wall down, but yeah, he's hit the wall.
What about you, Balance? What you think?
They said it so well. Yeah.
So
they did. I don't even have to add anything.
I think of it a different way. I do think there's a wall for men when it comes to marriage and relationship. I think a lot of people can age out of relationships and marriage. What do I mean by that? For women, it could be I think women age out in the sense of they no longer have the ability to provide the building blocks for what a marriage is supposed to be built upon, i.e. children, this, that, and the third. And then also they can also age out in the sense of where they say, for instance, they make a certain level of money. When you get to a certain point where you personally eliminate majority of your options, then I feel like you may have aged out. And I think that's the same for men. For men, it's the thing of when you're young and everything, you bright-eyed and you're just trying to make it. It's easy to find a woman, to get with a woman and she be able to rock with you and y'all grow together. But once you, as a man, get to a certain point, say for instance, you say make a certain amount of money, then you even yourself start to narrow down your options. You start to say, okay, well, can I really trust her with my money? Can I really trust this woman? Can I really see, can I marry this woman? And we tend to be held up by a lot of fears of having our things taken from us, having our resources taken from us. So you're less likely to get married in that sense because you tend to have aged out. Marriage is no longer a net benefit for you.
I don't know, yo.
But it's not true. It's always a benefit for you, regardless of what age you are. It's always some benefits in everything, right? So I don't know about that one, Swing.
I guess go ahead, Jared.
No, I was saying I think, with men, like we constantly have to redefine ourselves. You know what I mean? I feel like there's your 20s to your 30s. That span of time, it was built on so much nonsense, essentially. I think nowadays it's a little better because a lot of the younger dudes are a lot more aware of finances and investing, and they've had somebody, they have people like us and like a bunch of others to kind of give realistic information on pitfalls, and like, dog, you need to find your purpose. If this is something you love, like, chase it, pour into it, see if you can build on that, see if you can make it pay you if it's something you love. I think there's a lot more information, whereas we kind of came along little long, a little later in our mid 30s and 40s, where we're like, all right, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna take some of these risks that I should have taken when I was in my 20s, but I didn't necessarily know about. I didn't have the knowledge of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, within the past, I would say 4 years, I've learned so much more new stuff. I've picked up a few, new skills that I would have loved to have had in my 20s, when I was like outside, like heavy into the fraternity and networking a lot. I really wished I would have capitalized, but I'm still glad I acquired the skill, the information. So I'm gonna put it in play. But I think, as I was saying, we redefine ourselves. In our 40s. If you're married with kids, your life is dedicated to that, man. Being a great father, being a great provider. When you get in your 60s, or late 50, mid 50s, going into your 60s, you want to make sure, like, okay, I've saved enough. We're comfortable. My kids, they're headed in the right direction. You got to redefine yourself at that age, because technically you're still young, but you don't want to come complacent. You know what I mean? Like, I watched my dad, who was like, into sports coaching and stuff like that, just become complacent, gain weight, be riddled with health, issues, and just kind of get miserable. Where if he would have stuck with the coaching and been, you know what I mean, he would have been a lot more productive.
Did you ever ask your dad why he stepped away from it?
I think because there's no real answer as to why he did. His immediate answer was, we kind of moved to a new place where he didn't know people. He didn't really have a network. So I think he didn't really want to put himself out there like that. But I think you have to always have something to keep you active, man. So you don't get complacent. What they say, you the sum of the 5 people you hang around. Like, you always want to stay surrounded by at least somebody that's gonna make you uncomfortable. I have homeboys that they're gonna come up in here and find me. If they don't hear from me for a period of time, they're gonna knock on these doors. Like, dog, get up. You about to go with me to this place. You have to have people like that in your life, because if it's up to me, I'd just be in here chilling, like, hidden from the world. You know what I mean? Curtains closed. But you have to have people in your life that are gonna force you to be uncomfortable. And then when you get put in those uncomfortable situations, like, it's not that bad. It's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be.
How did that make you feel when you heard about your father and how he walked away? Like, did that motivate you? Did you say, I don't want to be like that?
Yeah.
Like, did you find yourself doing the same things that he would do?
Yep. I feel like, man, I'm tight, but I almost found myself like, his misery has become my misery. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm constantly trying to figure how to make him happy, which I'm never gonna do. You know what I mean? But he chose what he chose, and at some point I gotta break free from, because that's energy, like trying to make him happy or trying to keep him, because when you get that age and you run into those health issues as a male, your pride, you used to being the person, and now you have to depend on others. Like, I'm sure that's a lot to deal with. I can only imagine, having to call your young son. I mean, that's what I'm here for. I'm always going to be there, but having to call your son, be like, oh, I got to do this. So can you take me here? Doctor's appointments, stuff like that. Like, you know. But it is what it is, yo. I just pray that I have a kid that does that for me. You know what I'm saying?
Man, that's a scary feeling, bro.
You know, he used to cut my hair. Now I'm cutting his. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. You know, like,
I mean, I can always cut his head.
barber?
Huh? Yeah, I'm a barber.
Okay.
But no, it's crazy because like hearing your story, and I think about my grandfather. He's 70 now, and he's still. You ever seen like that old man strength?
Hold on, your grandpops is 70?
Yeah.
Your granddad?
Yeah. I think he just made 70.
That's
70?
crazy. My
70.
pops just turned 80, yo.
Oh yeah, he was Rolling Stone. Yeah. My grandfather is in his 80s.
Your grandfather's in his 80s?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I would like to say that I'm still young. I'm 33, so what's that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Damn, Jay.
Damn,
Jay.
That's crazy, man. When I hit 33 and I'm like,
I was about to say 54.
Nah, you know what? Like I used to say I'm 54. I had a couple birthdays since then. I'm still 54, but it's 56 now. That was a couple years ago when I'm 54. He's 56.
But that's crazy when somebody that's what make me feel old, yo. When somebody say 33 and I'd be like, the good old days. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy.
But Jay, you know, you say that I wouldn't want to go back. Truth be told, I wouldn't. I'm good. I mean,
Yeah.
I accept these gray hairs. I accept getting older because it's part of life, right? But I realized what I was doing back then and there. Even if I had the knowledge, would I still want to be now? I'm enjoying life now, man. I don't want to go back.
I want to feel how I felt then. I'm trying to put together, you know, whether it be diet, you know, a routine where I feel how I felt back then. Maybe even
that's me too, bro. Like I don't want to go back age wise, but I definitely remember how much I weighed back then. How much I was still able to run 7-8 miles a day. You know, I could barely, you know what I mean? Then you go from being able to run 7 to 8 miles to being like, dang, you can't even make it around the block without having to take a walk instead.
For real, man.
You get that jog and you get to the end of the block like, whoo. I'm going to walk it out.
Sound like you about to make some life-changing events then, Swin.
So we've been, me and the old lady, we've been walking and working out now.
You trying to get high school skinny?
No, not high school skinny. I was a buck 45 in high school. I was just trying to get back down to 200.
I know that's right.
Me too.
Man, but you know what? I think the older you get, sometimes you experience trauma. And when I say trauma, meaning one of the things that I've experienced is, I spoke about this on a King Talk before, is trying to do that reverse later. Like Michael Jordan, who used to come like this. So I kept trying to do it over and over and over again, even at the age of 56 right now. I try to do it and just go straight up. It just won't bank and go in for some reason on that reverse, man. It just won't happen. So I feel people in the NBA and they say it's time because the moves that you normally was able to do, you just gotta either create something new to do on the court or realize that what you used to be able to do, you can't do no more.
Yeah, you don't want to go inside no more. Let them young cats have it. You strictly take with the jumper shot.
Yeah. You gotta be sitting there mad off something. I'm grown.
Y'all got old man knees yet?
Yeah, you let them young bulls have it.
I said, y'all got them old man knees yet where you squat down and you're like, whoa.
And they pop.
No, it's really when you start making sounds when you sit down and get up. You go, ugh.
Yeah.
You start with sounds, you already know what time it is. Like you just flop down, or you swap out your toilet. You get a higher toilet so you don't have to take that fall.
And maybe them legs don't fall asleep.
The legs fall asleep.
Hey, look, man, I ain't gonna lie to you. I got to have a 15-minute warm up before I get up out of bed.
Yeah.
Lord help me. I gotta warm myself up, just get out of bed, leave like old car engine, baby. Gotta give it a little gas first.
I'll be at the shop, man. I'll be like, man, I hate when I drop a guard on the floor. I'll be like, damn.
You stand up all day, or you have like a stool?
Oh, I stand all day, but it's the squatting down part. That's the
You gotta slide that left leg over a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, what you be able to do? Get you one of them old pickers, them old trash pickers.
Y'all think y'all going lazy, boy.
Hey man, when you get a certain age, man, certain things you can do like you used to. I can't squat like I used to no more. Now, just the most I put on there is at 225. That's the standard, man. I tell my son I'm not maxing out.
225. I'm still doing body weight.
Hey, when you squat and when you work out, it gives you more balance. You know, if you
squat, you said.
Yeah, when you working out, it gives you balance, but especially in your legs. You work your legs out, you have more balance.
You know, it's crazy because I did notice that, like when I try to do like regular, like if I just drop something, I try to squat down. That's when your knees start hurting. But I can do squats without my knees hurting, and I can't for the life of me figure out what the heck that is. I'm like, why can't I do the workout and I don't hurt? But just being at the shop and you drop something, you squat down and you try to get back up, you're like, whoa, my knees.
Like it's all mental, man. Like I think you can really test your knees out because I used to run around and think I was like Jean-Claude Van Damme. You know, when you watch the movies or something like that, I used to just think that I was a superhero. And so I had my son take this picture where I would run and jump in midair. And once I hit the ground and the impact of the ground reminded me, like, bro, you feel that shock in your knees. Yeah. And then I did it again. I said, I can't do it no more. Just if I can't get the shot, I just can't get the shot. Yeah. But the way they impacted them knees, you just did. It ain't the same no more. It ain't the same.
I learned that jumping out of my son's bunk bed.
What you doing jumping out the bunk bed, man?
Because I went up there, I'm bothering them and wrestling them and stuff, and then I go to get out the bed, and I used to have a bunk bed when I was a kid. But, you just hop the rail and come down. Boy, I must have hopped that rail. I almost felt my knee give out. I said,
that rail can handle that weight, Sweeney. You over there, shit. You're mishandling the furniture.
Yeah, you feel that shock, man.
I feel like the gate, like grown as hell.
Shoot, nowadays, you know how when you used to get a whooping as a kid, you would go and run under the bed. If I'm whooping my son, all you gotta do is go run and get in that bunk bed. I can't get to you, son. You got it.
Yeah, chasing whooping, Sweeney. Yeah,
you say you gonna wait him out.
Yeah, wait him out. I can't get up there no more.
I'm gonna wait about it. You'll eventually come down. You got to go to the bathroom sooner or later.
Well, I said on the job.
I'll tell you what, that was a wake up call when I jumped out that bed. I said, "Damn, I almost busted my knee. I almost tore my ACL."
Man, you got to be careful, man. You got to stretch, man, before you start chasing the kids. You got to stretch.
Hey, look, Balance up there laughing at us on our old man stories. Listen to these OGs talking.
Really much.
I ain't even old. That's how I know I got to lose my weight. I'm like, well, I ain't even old yet. I can't be feeling like this at 33.
Nah, yeah. That's why it's important for you to stay in shape, man. And that way you can have an advantage. I won't say that everything will be 100%, but at least you'll have an advantage because you've been keeping everything in shape the older you got. And you have a better chance of not having your kids have to carry you up the stairs and all that stuff.
That's why, man. I wish I was still I want to go back out there and coach Pee Wee football again because that kept me, running, playing around, with the kid. Because I used to run with them when they did they sprints and stuff. I used to do the wind sprints and stuff with them just to keep myself in shape.
You stay active, yeah. Well, another thing, man, you got your diet. That's the most important, man. What you putting in.
Yeah, I mean, most folks won't even call it a diet. They just say it's a lifestyle change.
Oh yeah. That's the truth.
I ain't gonna lie. I tried going vegan. I was vegan for like 8 solid months.
8 months? You outdid me. That's good.
And then
that's a good thing, man.
And the very first day I started eating meat again, guess what place I went to?
It was that summertime. That summertime hitting them ribs start to smell good.
I
You probably went to one of the places that be constantly bringing the meat out.
Yep, we went to Fogo de Chao.
Fogo,
I was like, keep it coming, keep it coming.
They had them lamb chops, the coffee meat on that lamb. Man, I know what you're talking about.
And my stomach hurt for a whole day.
Yeah,
but it was hurting. I had a smile on my face. I was like, man, that was good.
Boy, hey, that's a little fat right there, Sweeney.
Gotta pause it, Sweeney.
That's what I'm trying to figure out now. I'm trying to figure out something that works for me now, because I'm noticing like the same kind of diet and stuff I did when I was younger is not working now. So I'm trying to figure out what works for me now. What will help me drop weight now, because the old stuff ain't working, man.
From what I understand, well, at least for me, it's if you cook more, you naturally start to, you know what I mean? You naturally get away from like the quick meals, and also portion control. That's been my vice, is portion control. Because you load up, when you get to like spaghetti, especially if it's a type of food that you like, you wind up loading up on it rather than realize like I'm only supposed to eat a fistful of this. I'm only supposed to have this, and that's it. But you know what I mean? When it's your favorite food, you get some ribs. You're like, man, give me a half a rack of ribs rather than just eating 2 or 3 of them. Give me the full rack.
That's why I ain't even gonna lie. Like when I go, we got a place down here called Cookout, man. They make like excellent milkshakes and shit. Like now it's to the point, man, with huh?
It's like 1,000 calories, right? That milkshake.
Yeah. So what I do, like I will want a milkshake, like not a whole milkshake, or I just want the taste of it, So I'll go there, I get a milkshake, I take a few sips, and throw the rest right out the window, dog.
You talking about that milkshake that brings the boys to the yard?
Speaking of that, man.
Hey, you'd be surprised how many calories, because you as a man, what I learned was that at my current size and everything, I'm only supposed to consume maybe 1,800 to 2,000 calories a day. But then you realize how many meals you eat, especially if you eat out. You eat like 4,000-5,000 calories in a day. If you go to McDonald's, if you go and get breakfast at McDonald's that morning, that's 800 calories. Then you go eat lunch at such and such, that's another 1,100 calories. Then you go to like Panda Express, that's 1,500 calories. Then you eat dinner that night, that's another 1,300 calories. By the time you go to sleep, you done consumed almost 7,000 calories in a day, and you wondering like why you got so big over.
Yeah.
Not including how much money you spent by doing it.
Yeah, how much money you spend. But sometimes you got to spend a lot of money in order to have them all on calories, just about what you eat. I don't think people realize it, but from what I've learned is that you shouldn't really be counting calories, because it's not even accurate. It's just almost like the watches that we put on. It's not really giving us accuracy. You can hop on that steps. It's not it's not accurate. The main thing is focusing on what you're putting inside your body, because you can have a bunch of vegetables. You can have like 7 pounds of vegetables, and it probably won't even be the calories that you would get. So I will focus on just eating the right things first, and then being active. From what I've learned and just going to the doctors and what they have told me is that if you eat right, you're going to naturally lose weight. I know that to be true because I did do a fast without going to the gym, and I went from like 206 or something like that to like 179 in like 29 days. And that wasn't even me going to the gym. Yeah. So I know that you can lose the weight if you eat the right things. Now I did cut out a lot that most people will be like, oh, I can't do that. But I did lose the weight without, and I got too skinny where I was going to the gym trying to figure out how can I get big because I was just too little. So when I hear people say, if you just change the way you eat, you don't have to go to the gym. When I currently went to the doctor, she said that the benefit to doing cardio is not to lose weight, but it helps in a lot of other areas. So when men think about like ED, you being active, you being able to move around and staying in shape, running, that helps with that. So it helps so that the heart doesn't have to overpump so much. It has to do too much work, where the rest of your body can do the work and your heart can do the bare minimum. And those cells will be opened up, which is what you want. So that's how she kind of explained it to me, is that when you do cardio, it should be fun. It's also what I read too. You should enjoy cardio. A lot of people do cardio because they thinking that it's the see all be all to losing weight. But it does. But now, if you're trying to drop, if you are either just say the summertime coming, you're gonna be going to a lot of barbecues. When you do decide to do that cardio, it's like you're understanding that you're going to be intaking a lot of BS. So on top of you exercising and lifting weights, you're going to amp up your cardio to kind of compensate for you eating trash over the summer. So, but everybody's body is different. You just got to stay ahead of the curve. I don't think nothing's wrong with cardio, but understand that cardio may not be your answer to losing weight. And based on the information that we have, we know for sure that what you eat is going to be the biggest factor in how much weight you gain, how much weight you maintain.
Right.
That's part of the reason why I avoid going to the track, because I know that going around in that circle can get real boring. And that's why I like walking around the neighborhood, like, you know what I mean, walking and jogging around the neighborhood, because you get to see different things. You know what I mean? You see different people. Rather than going around that track, you get bored real quick, and then you next thing you know, I'm done. You do a mile and a half, a mile, and you're like, all right, I'm going home. Whereas on that, you know what I mean? That's what got me when I used to jog. That's what got me jogging further and further, because I just wanted to see something new. Let me go further, just so I can see what's going on over there.
Yeah, like I don't mind running, but I gotta have some sightseeing, man. I don't like going to a trail. A track, it seems boring just running around in a circle, but I could hoop all day. I could run about 7 to 8 games, man. I could just keep it going, man.
Really? Right now? You can.
Yeah, but the scenery won't change. How does that work then?
Because it's something that I enjoy. I mean, they don't have to be scenery, but just like running, like staying in one place on the treadmills, on the steps. Now I do the steps, but typically I have my phone right there, and so I'm usually watching something, probably catching up on the episode, looking for content, create topics or something like that, and then so it's kind of taken away from just sitting there.
It's stopping you from actually thinking about the task. You focus on yeah.
I mean, but even riding a bike, I used to ride a bike a lot, and you know the scenery of Chicago and like the lake downtown, because you get to ride in the street. Not every city you can ride in the street. In Chicago, you just ride in the street. You know, some areas that you go in here, run your ass off the damn road. So, I'm not saying you can't get hit in Chicago. You still got to be careful, but at least everything is pleasant to see. Even the trail on the water, you're just a bunch of people, you know, and you can just ride for a long stretch. Just a fun city to ride in, man. I don't think there's no better city as far as scenery than Chicago.
Oh yeah, Lakeshore Drive. You just go from one end of the lake all the way to the other. Boy, that's a good bike ride right there. Yeah. That's a good car. That's a good drive.
Yeah, I think I was doing at least about 20, 25 miles a week. I mean, just riding, because we would all ride together. You know, it was always somebody trying to ride, hitting up. So I hopped off motorcycles and started riding bicycles, man.
Yeah, I started pricing some bikes, man, because I felt like it would be easier. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be so focused on, oh, this is a task. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the thing. If you distract yourself, I'm assuming distracting yourself from focusing on, oh, I got 5 more reps, or I got 10 more, you know, that you could just walk, man, just have your music or have your episode on the treadmill or whatever, and just walk and not really just keep track of the time so much, you know, be lost in something else while you're actually being active. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna tell y'all something else that I picked up on too is a lot of people got AirPods, but them Beats, you know, like them Beats, and ones that put in your ear with the little. Do I have it? I have it right here. Let me see, because I haven't seen my case in a while, so I don't even know what the case even looked like. You got the whole zip-up case. I just got the charging case.
Oh, yeah, that was the charging case.
That was a charging case? It's not them.
Like, you talking about the ones that go over your ear?
The ones on your ear.
Yeah.
So having phone conversations, right? What I noticed, I was going at least about 15 miles. I was still able to have a whole conversation. I was actually talking to before. I had a whole conversation with them in the AirPods. AirPods, you can have a conversation ride. So if you have an event needed to answer a phone call or hold down a conversation while you ride, the ones that curve in there can hear you clear. On AirPods, you put in your ear, even the AirPods Pro, they're gonna catch all that wind. It was just something I know it's kind of random, but that was just something that I was like, damn, I can have a whole conversation ride. Not saying that's what you want to do, but it need be what if it work and then you ain't got to pull over to the side. But it's just one of those. And they get a roll bike too, man. I like roll bike.
When JR, you know, just gave me another reason why I down iPhone products, Apple products, period. So thank you for that. Apple ain't shit.
Did y'all see that? Did y'all see that headset that Apple came out with?
Headset or the goggles?
The goggles.
The who?
Crazy.
They came out with their own VR.
Who did?
Apple.
Oh yeah. Like I saw that. I saw the video, and it's still it's pricey. It's one of those devices where people will have to create apps to make it better.
Mm-hmm.
Like the one guy that I watched. I mean, he has like millions and millions of people. He's a tech guy. That black guy.
Yeah, that's how I found out. That's how I seen it.
Yeah, I read his, and because I was thinking, you know, I'm all about technology, man. I like seeing new stuff and gadgets and stuff. It was just like I can't see myself spending that money on there. But it is crazy because the world is going to be that. You know, like our kids are going to be when we go to instead of going to the movies, you're going to be pull up and everybody going to have VR headsets. Now going to watch the movie that way.
That's going to be cheap though, boy. That's going to be some.
You know what people don't capitalize on yet? You know the NBA League Pass. You know how they had the VR goggles where in every arena they have those cameras set up like one of those front row seats. Like people don't take advantage of that, but I think that's the hottest thing. You know, where you're looking at the game from courtside. You know what I mean? You put the goggles on and you look to your left, you see Denzel Washington. You look, you know, depending on the camera.
I'll pay $20 to watch a football game on the front from the 50-yard line.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I mean, because to me personally, I don't even want to go to it. If I got bad seats, I'm not even going to a game or a concert, sport. I got to get good seats. I don't see the point in sitting way back. Now, in the Bear State, I haven't been to any other football stadium, the NFL, but in the Bear Stadium, I don't think there's a bad seat from what I've seen. I don't know if y'all gone to the Bears game.
No, if you up there on the where the spaceship at, that's the worst seat you can get.
Okay, because I mean I've been in a suite.
You're talking about the 300 section.
I think it goes beyond. It's where, like, if you ever look at Soldier Field, where it looked like they dropped a spaceship on top of it, up there where those seats are, that's the worst seats in the house. I would say in Dallas, when we went to that Cowboy Bears game, in that stadium, there ain't a bad seat in the house. You could be in a 400 level.
You drop down though, Sweeney.
No, even with the screen, because it's like everything sits on top of the field. So everybody's like you right there on the field.
It's like underground, yeah.
Yeah. So even when you're in the 400 section, you still looking like you can still see damn near the players' jersey numbers.
That stadium is state of the art, man.
And then that big ass screen do help though, because you can we sat and when I got my tickets, we was in the 400 section on the front row of the 400 section. Right in front of the screen, so you just looking. You might well just be looking at the screen.
I mean, even when I was in the 200s, I still caught myself looking at the screen.
Absolutely,
because I mean, it's so big. You know what I'm saying? It's like, God damn. Even I'm like, why am I keep looking up at this screen? And I'm more close to the field than somebody in the 300 or 400s, but I'm still looking up at the screen. Like, God damn, why did I catch myself? And it's like, damn, you know.
And I think when I was shopping for the tickets at first, because I found some tickets in the 200 section, and the 400 section where I was at actually had a better view of the field than the 200 section. Like you could see from end zone to end zone, see everything clearly. I was like, man, AT&T Stadium, that's probably there ain't a bad seat in that building. No matter where you're sitting there, you probably you got a good view of the field and can watch the game comfortably.
I remember I used to take
Dallas, Sweeney. They in Austin, Texas. They need to be called the Austin Cowboys. I don't know why they ain't made a name change yet.
That's Austin, Arlington.
Yeah, that's
Arlington is like Austin.
Yeah, Arlington, Texas. I'm sorry.
I guess they're gonna do the same thing for Chicago then too, right?
Well, if they move, but I don't think they're moving though, Jr.
I thought I seen something saying they bought it.
They bought the land, but they
haven't decided if they're gonna move yet.
Yeah, something about they trying to negotiate the taxes because the taxes went up like 5 times the amount, and so they talking about they exploring other options.
Like what do they do? They just sell the land?
That's probably what they're going to end up doing, making them tax exempt.
I think that's what they trying to get the city to exempt them because they was like the taxes between the time when they were negotiating and now the taxes went up like 5 times the amount. So they like, man, we ain't about to pay y'all all this taxes and we bringing jobs and all of this to this area. So that's what they trying to find other areas. I mean, if that don't work out though, I think what's gonna happen is the Chicago just gonna give them a new field. They're just gonna give them a new stadium.
Chicago needs to give them. They need to make an indoor one that opens and closes. I understand it takes away from it. You can leave it open, but in the event you need to close it, you could. But I think that would bring a lot of money to Chicago.
I thought that's what they was talking about doing if they was to move to that new stadium they was gonna be on that land they was gonna have that retractable dome stadium. I thought that's what
apparently they was thinking about modeling it after SoFi. That was the look they was probably I think I heard they was going for.
You're talking about the Rams and the Chargers stadium.
Yeah, kind of like that translucent roof instead of having it open, but like have it open around the sides. I think that's what they was going for is that translucent roof. But I don't like that design. If I had to pick a stadium,
that would make no sense for Chicago though. That's defeat the purpose still.
Yeah. It's still gonna be like not, especially if it's gonna still be cold in there.
Yeah. So what they need to do is do what like the Arizona Cardinals got,
No, if I had to pick a stadium that I want the Bears to build, I want theirs to be like the Oakland Raiders.
You mean the Vegas Raiders?
The Vegas Raiders. Like that stadium is cold.
Yeah. I remember I was there when they first started building it, and I was on a tour of a timeshare and they like, I mean, it was a rock throwaway. They said you can have timeshare, and we also will give you free tickets to the Raiders games. If you ever up in the area when you use your timeshare. So they get the hell out of there. I'm not a Raiders fan, but even if I was, I still wouldn't make this deal with this timeshare. That's so much of a damn crap.
Hey, shoot, I got a timeshare and it hasn't done well. I also got my timeshare doing because even when we went to Vegas and they was talking about because we get here's how we go do Vegas. Every day we go to a timeshare thing just so we can get free stuff. But we've had our timeshare for like 3 or 4 years now. And every time they'll show us what they got going on with their timeshare and everything. We'd be like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, we got that too. They'd be like, really? And we'd pull it out. They'd be like, well, you can go see this place and this place. We're like, yeah, I could do that too. And they was like, well, how much did you pay for it? And I tell them how much I paid. They was like, oh yeah, we can't do that. We can't even compete with that. And they just want.
Yeah, but it's one of those things that you'll never pay off. It's like, nah, damn, you'll be forever paying.
Yeah, probably. Well, no, ours will be paid off in another 2 years, but
you still got the maintenance fees.
Yeah, we still got the maintenance fees, but we use ours. Like we use it religiously. Like no matter, we just throw a dart at because we don't care about outside. Outside, we go everywhere in the country. So we just throw a dart at the wall and be like, all right, where we gonna go? Let's see if we got a timeshare out there. If it's there, we going. Or I call them and be like, hey, look, I don't care where we go, just pick somewhere within 9 hours of us. And they'll find someplace and we'll just go. Like that's how we found out about Hot Springs, Arkansas. I've never heard of it. And then they was like, oh, well, there's this resort in Hot Springs, Arkansas that you can go to. And it was like, oh, okay, we'll do that for 7 days. And we go to Hot Springs and we spent the week there. And they got and then there's a lot of places we can stay here in Texas. So we use ours a lot. Like we may take 3 or 4 trips, a year just on the timeshare and for $300 a week for a week stay.
Yeah. Can't beat that. Yeah.
No. I'm gonna go. But next time I need one, I'm gonna hit Sweeney up. Let me see if he can buy his time, since he don't want to use it.
I don't know if I would recommend anybody buy a timeshare now, because they damn near up there now. They talking like the last timeshare thing we went to. They was talking about for the timeshare you had to pay like $23,000. I wouldn't buy one now. But when we got ours, we talked them down. They approached us at like 17, and we just kept saying no. And as long as you keep saying no, that price keep coming down. They keep giving you more stuff. And eventually, it got down to where we was like, "Oh yeah, we can do that now. We can do that."
So that's affordable, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. That's good shit, man. That's good shit.
But the
What did you
meds
think
all
about
up, man.
Sweeney?
You said what?
About to drop off, y'all.
All right,
Jay.
Jay.
Catch y'all next go round. Hold it down, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was asking, what did you think about the show today?
Oh man, y'all had a dope conversation. I seen it when it popped up. I was like, oh man, I wish I was a part of that conversation. Those are the kind of conversations. That's why I like those conversations, because it really stands within the context of relationships and marriage and how you should really go about things. Because a lot of times we tend to talk about the things that come outside of that, and it's a difficult conversation to have, especially when you have people that aren't in relationships or they're heavily against them. But it's nice to hear, it's nice to hear married people and people in relationships have these conversations, because you kind of see some of the good that can come out of them.
Yeah.
Hey, Hank, what about you? What you thought about it? The topics?
Oh man, I enjoyed them. I thought they was good. You know what I'm saying? And especially they was relative to what we are dealing with now. Like when you said, as far as in a relationship and the marriage, or in the process of are getting to a marriage, it was really relative. And I appreciate the young blood that was up here. He was a good sport, right? So he was, even though we was critiquing him and giving him some advice, he took it with open mind. Some people just some people just don't want to accept certain things before they feel like you're attacking them, and that's not the case. We're just trying to help you out and enlighten you and then educate you and showing you something different, maybe a different perspective. And he was all for it. So that's what really, I think, helped the situation. So the audience who may be around his age, or people in his age range, like when Austin came up, he's 27, and I think Youngblood was like 26. So those are things that even these young bloods can relate to, and they can definitely learn something from. So that I think it was good, JR.
Yeah, I thought Austin was old. I didn't realize he was 20.
Yeah,
I thought he was about 30, at least in his 30s. But yeah,
I thought he was like 32, 33, something like that.
He's definitely well read for 27, because I wasn't even that well read.
No, man.
He's definitely well read. But and the thing is because we hear so much about the negative aspects of relationships. We hear it all day. We hear it all the time. So it's nice to hear that. Hey, look, man. And I think that needs to happen, is that we do need to hear from people who live it and has done it right, or at least the best to their ability. You know what I mean? Somebody asked one day, they asked this man, it was like, they was married for like 30, 40 years. And they asked him, like, what is your secret? How do you stay married for that long? And he told him, he was like, because every single day you make the decision to stick it out. It's as simple as that. Every single day you make the decision to stay together. There's a lot of things that can happen in your marriage or relationship that'll make you want to walk away, but it's a decision to stay together.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. You gotta work at it every day, one day at a time. A day at a time. Conquer the day.
Yeah. I mean, JR, what did you think?
I thought it was a good show, man. I wound up picking topics this morning, so I go through a thing, man. I'm looking to talk about something that's different that everybody else ain't talking about. I know people want the drama. I'm trying to see if we can tackle some of the conversations in a different angle. So I thought what the man was saying and presenting out there to open up a dialogue to be able to unlock some perspectives and not necessarily YouTube talking points. I do appreciate people that's in the field too. That can be transparent. Like you always transparent about, like what you've experienced, what you've gone through. Ricky doesn't just do like YouTube talking points. You hear Ricky speaking about like what it really is, how it really is. Same thing I was talking to Sweeney last night. Great conversation last night too, Sweeney. Appreciate it. But I was talking to Sweeney last night, and I said that he's valuable in this space because he's one of the guys that's boots to the ground, hands on deck. He's not telling you he's not just speaking stuff off just because he heard somebody else say it. He's actually, this is what I live, this is what I've experienced, and this is my perspective on it and stand on it. So I thought it was a great conversation. I didn't know what I was going to get from the young blood. Young blood spoke up, and we was able to hear how a younger generation thinks. And even when Austin came up, realizing he's younger and him saying some things, you can see young blood like, yeah, because they can relate. They're closer in age, even though Austin is a little bit more knowledgeable about a lot more things. So I like bringing people together that can offer those different perspectives. And if we can have the conversation without too much like rah-rah, it's okay if we get a little bit spicy, but let's still be respectful. We can do that throughout and bring some value, highlight some issues, some problems, give some opinions and perspectives off our experience, and I think it's a great show. So I thought the ladies were a delight as well. I thought they, seasoned it pretty well. Because without the women, I don't think we have a balanced conversation. King Talk is where we just got all the men. So being able to have the women unpack their thoughts on it, it opens up our minds to another perspective as well. So, great show. I thought it was valuable. And shit, good. I liked it.
That we had when the women up, we had that cordial back and forth. You know what I'm saying? That's a good thing when you can have that respectful, cordial back and forth. That's when you're having a real legit conversation.
Mm-hmm. What was you about to say, Swing?
I was gonna ask you, we recording tomorrow?
No.
All right, you want to go bowling?
Probably not. I was just thinking about the sport, and I said no, but I'm like, I don't know. Let me sit on it for a second. Let me decide by the end of the day. But that may be possible.
We're not. I'm going bowling.
All right, I'll let you know at the end of the day. I'll let you know by the end of the night.
Yeah, Mondays are the barber's off day, JR. Sundays and Mondays.
I don't know, man. Like depending on the barber, man. Sometimes some barbers just go
That's
from Thursday to Friday or something, Thursday to Saturday.
That's true.
How you are? Like I'm at the petrol. My guy, Beam Swing.
Who?
Beam. Well, YouTube is Get Beam.
Oh yeah, I know him. I had my he cut my hair one day.
Okay,
yeah. He went to he went to Indiana State, and we had went to this barber show together, and he wound up cutting my hair. Yeah, I'm friends with him on Facebook and stuff.
Yeah, man.
That's who that was your barber.
He's like I say, he's done my hair, but when he was doing my hair, I ain't had no hair. But he would still get the edges up off above the edges. But he would do my son's hair. He's done my beard a few times. I'm on his page. He got a couple of videos of me up there. But yeah, I mean, just even when I first started YouTube, he was talking to me because he already had YouTube and already had a following. It's kind of crazy because it's like, man, I remember when you just started a YouTube channel, now you give me game about YouTube. I'm like,
he had a meteoric rise, boy. Like I watched, like it was nice watching him rise too, and the things that he's doing.
Yeah,
I'm definitely proud of him.
Yeah, and then even too, like Larry, man, Larry's Barber College.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, are you familiar with him?
Yeah, but I'm more Team Barber Indiana. Like that's.
But you gotta look at what he's doing, because man, Beamer talk about what Larry doing, man. Larry doing a lot of great things, man. He said, "I'm setting the bar out there."
Yeah.
So that's why when you look at professions, man, you got to think outside of the box and thinking about can you really elevate this, kind of take it somewhere. Man, Larry's doing phenomenal, man. Just where he's placed himself and all the opportunities that he created for himself. And I remember when he had nothing. I won't say nothing, man, but he had the bare minimum. I just was watching it unfold and unpack. And then it just started going rapid. And even if he was going through stuff, then people didn't realize he was going through all while he was still getting to it. So I think that says a lot. You've been able to overcome whatever you're going through in life, even though you may have these setbacks. Just keep pushing. Because people are showing us every day that you can overcome anything and you can be. You don't have to sit in the same position that you're in right now.
Somebody said, "Who's your pride?"
I said what?
Somebody in the comments was like, "Who's your pride?" Shout out to Indiana.
I ain't know what you're talking about. You said pride. What you talking about, Sweeney?
Well, you know it is that time of month for him.
I said, "Who's your pride?" Indiana pride.
I know that's right, though.
I just started thinking about that little section. I was in one store or something like that. At Macy's. I was in Macy's yesterday, and I'm like, damn, got a little section over here too, huh?
I was on Chicago Bears Twitter page today, and they was talking about how they support Pride Month. I said, when did this shit happen?
You gotta be careful.
It's been about a couple of years now.
Yeah, man. I don't understand it, you know?
Yeah, but it's a whole different genre I don't tap into. So
this guy commented and said that my
come on now. Don't get us copy. Come on, Sweeney.
Shit. What you got going on, man?
I was trying to pull back up the comments, and another video on YouTube got to playing. I ain't trying to get the copyright straight.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
You know, you gonna do the you gonna make the show tonight, JR, or, so I can prep for that.
Yeah. What time you got it going on?
We doing 9 o'clock.
Are you doing 9?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll pop on. Sweeney's going live tonight, you guys. Go ahead and get him a plug, man. Is it already set up already?
No, I ain't set it up. I was in the middle of setting it up when I jumped in here.
All right. I put your YouTube channel in the chat, man. So they can tap in.
Yeah, I didn't realize Sweeney had a channel, man. But I seen it pop up on my feed one time. Like, okay, I see you, dog. I see what's going on here.
Yeah, man. Sweeney had all type of stuff, man. Twerking and like the pigs and chitlins, and all type of stuff, man.
We was talking about the you know that video I showed last week of the kids in the 7-Eleven?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they wind up arresting 5 of them.
Damn.
Yep.
They got charged as adults.
2 of them were adults. The other ones were minors.
What happened, bro? If you give me a brief scenario.
Basically, these kids was in the 7-Eleven and the clerk refused to sell them cigarettes, and so they decided to jump the clerk.
Damn,
it's crazy.
Terrible guy.
Tell people all the time, there's a place for you. You get to acting a fool.
Look there, man. Look, he lucky didn't pop him. I've seen this stuff happen so many times. That shit's crazy, man.
Yeah, it was like 3 or 4. It was like 3 or 4 kids behind. I mean, they jumping over the counters, tearing stuff up, and it happened right around the corner from where we lived at. And how we found out about it was because it was posted in our neighborhood group chat, our neighborhood thing. So that's how I got the video of it. And shoot, the story just went viral this week.
Did it?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, that's when you might have started World Star, man. You already ahead of the curve already, man. You put the video out before it went viral.
Catch it here. I was the first one with the scoop. Nah.
That's what you call Negro Dominance right there, baby. He see the future.
TV, there you go.
Well, I'll make sure I subscribe to the channel, big brother. I just did that. Make sure I'm here.
Yeah. I'll make sure I check out Sweeney tonight, man. He's going live at 9 o'clock Central Time. That'll be 10 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah, tonight topic is kind of like bouncing off of the whole situation with DC Young Fly's baby girlfriend, and there were a lot of comments talking about how men, you know what I mean, how men are at fault for BBL culture. So tonight's topic is gonna be, are men responsible for BBL culture? So hopefully we have a good conversation about that.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought they was married, man.
Wow. I don't think they were married. No, they weren't married.
I thought they were.
Yeah.
No, the story unfolded. I'm just like, nah, I thought they was married. That's crazy, man. That is crazy. Kelly Connection says men are responsible.
Kelly, you think you're gonna be able to make it tonight? You gonna have I heard I don't know. I know she asked me. She can come up if she wants to, but
we got the people subbing, man. Mr. BX87 says he's just a dedicated to Children's City. Just y'all make sure y'all go ahead and support the brother Sweeney over there. YouTube channel going live tonight. He's going live tonight, 9 p.m. We'll be discussing the DC Young Fly situation, and are men responsible for all this BBL? Are men responsible for?
You gonna have people up, Sweeney? You gonna have everybody up? People come up, or what? Are you gonna do?
Yeah, it's normally the usual cast. It's normally the usual cast that I have. If you want to be on, you can be on. I'll shoot you the link. Just hit me up on Instagram so I can send you the link, or put your number in the back chat if you want to, and I'll just shoot you a text.
Kelly,
I think I did hit you up on IG. I don't know. Did you accept me? You might not accept me. I mean, I can't.
Mine's wide open.
It's your choice, man. You know, it's your choice, right? You choose. Let's take it full circle, Jay.
Hey, Sweeney, Hank sent you a choosing signal, man. You gotta go ahead and say
look. Pause.
I don't like the way you said it, Jay.
Pause. You couldn't pause when you talking about you had all that meat in your mouth, man.
No.
Yeah,
you did say that. You did say that, man.
I put it all in my mouth.
Let me apply belated. Let me apply belated pause. Pause.
Hey, you did say your stomach hurt for about
all in my mouth. All of meat in my mouth. I'm like, oh man.
Hey, y'all remember
that time? Oh Lord.
Yeah. Remember that time that I think it was I don't know if it was your boy Terry. It was NBA. They was talking about it was a Paul Pierce talking about he took the whole load or something like that. Y'all remember that?
Hey, man, did y'all see that? Like when Paul Pierce was, you're not talking about the same one with KG, are you?
Yeah. So, talking about he took the whole load, and KG said, "Hey man, pause, man, pause."
No, I want to talk about that. Like I'm talking about the most recent one when he didn't know that they was live. Did you see that one?
No, I didn't see that.
Oh man, I gotta play that. You saw him, Sweeney?
Who?
Hold on, man. I gotta send this. I gotta play this shit, man. I got to play this shit. I'm talking about Paul Pierce was watching the finals with KG, and he was saying a lot of crazy shit and he didn't realize they was live, but KG kept trying to tell him that we live. He was saying some of the other. Let me play this, man. Let me pull it up. I'm gonna play it for y'all right now.
Well, you know, that's part of why he got let go from ESPN, because he was just too wide open.
Yeah. Paul Pierce is wild. He said, I saw that. Let me pull this up, man. I can't wait to pull this up. Hold on 1 second. Here he is right here. See if I can download this. And I get the whole video. What's that? Right here. Damn, give me 1 second. I'm gonna play it for y'all. I'm gonna download it for y'all so I can put it on screen. So give me a second.
Okay. Yeah. When I hit you up. I don't know if you accept my request though.
Let me go and look real quick.
It should be under Hink 75.
Let me just go and add you. Hold on.
So I just sent you
okay.
a message.
Okay, I got you. Let me go ahead and follow you back.
Oh, here it is. Oh, this shit about to be hilarious. I can't wait to play this shit. Brad, I don't even see this shit, man. Damn. Oh, I'm getting excited about it, man. Shit.
Yeah, didn't Paul Pierce get caught with a bunch of strippers or something like that?
It was some type of controvery.
That's no activity. But JR, you was a little bit excited about this, man. I'm concerned about that, bro.
No, it was funny, man. It was funny. It was funny. I think this ain't one of those moments you got to say pause, man, because I was.
I guess we got an awkward moment of silence. We was waiting for that video, JR.
I was waiting on. Well, I'm doing it right now. I'm downloading it. He has and gave up on the conversation right now. You got to be holding it down in between. And
we got you, man. We got you, big brother. No problem. We're gonna hold it down for you. You know what I'm saying? It's all gonna be good. But damn. Hey, you know, I'm too old for that shit. I ain't with that shit. So I don't even see. If y'all take it that way, goddamn it, let y'all take it.
Hink, you in the DFW area?
You said what?
So you in the DFW area?
The Dallas-Fort Worth area? No.
Yeah.
No.
I was gonna say, damn, JR, that was our fourth right there.
No, I ain't in that area. I'm in the 502. I'm in Louisville, Kentucky, baby.
Okay, here we go. I'm about to pull it up right now.
But now my lady is from that area, and so I'm moving her down from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So yeah.
I got a bone to pick with Louisville.
Why?
Because man, when I went out there, somebody stole my coat.
Damn. What was you out there for?
Shoot, my freshman year, we was out there just partying my freshman year, and I had this Bulls jacket. It was a leather Bulls jacket that I had from my pops. And it was like it had 6 championships on the back of it and everything. Full leather Bulls jacket. Somebody stole my coat.
Damn. Shit. But better be glad I wasn't around. I might have took it myself. That's all like a nice.
I'm about to play. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, everybody mute up.
Talking to you. Hey, my boy, don't make me smack you.
Relax, man. Relax, man. Relax, man. Relax. You burnt. You relax. It came from here. Relax.
All right, no.
Watch the game, Lord. Get on the game. Get on the game.
Benson had like he was averaging a dub.
He messed his ankle up.
Yeah, no, get out
messed his ankle up,
They
man.
ain't even got him in the game.
Yeah, he in the game. He right there.
Where?
He on the roll. Gordon.
Nah, Benson ain't in the game.
Vincent right there. P, number 2, taking the ball.
Where?
Got the ball, P.
So this is my girlfriend for the day. They got a website that you can hire girlfriends for the day.
Stop, man.
And so I got a girlfriend for the day.
Stop, man. Stop.
You can hire girlfriends for the
Stop,
day.
man.
I went on the website and I hired a girlfriend for the day.
Look, Collins. There go Collins. Look at D Wade at the game. Okay, D Wade at the game. You don't know what.
You can start that website.
This is a live
for the
stream,
day.
P. We're live. We're streaming. Whatever you're saying, they can hear you. Shout out to everybody who joined us on the live.
Miami, I need Miami to win. I got 2,000 on it. Yeah, get a close up. You feel me? I didn't put my shit on for the one night. You know what I'm saying? You understand me? We all Vegas. You know what I'm saying? Ticket, take your stuff out the safe, baby.
Stop,
I know
man.
you got some money.
Chill.
I'm saying, no, baby. Hey, where's the ticket at? I thought this was Ticket and the Truth.
Ticket right here, homie.
Oh,
right
the
here.
Truth and Kevin right now.
All right.
I need to wear the ticket at to speak that real shit.
To understand live stream. You know what I'm saying? No. Right. Truth after dark and some shit. We gotta do some production and some editing within the live stream. Like, what the hell?
Live right now, y'all.
Yeah, it's live.
It's live.
It's live. Burnt, Lord. You burnt. No, we're working. We're working. We're not popping. We're working.
We're popping.
We're on the live stream.
Once you understand the difference between popping and popping, we're popping.
No. We're live streaming.
Nah, you this is certified, dog.
This is all.
Is this not certified, or is this?
This is not.
Keep it 100.
This is not P after dark. Okay, this is a live stream. Showtime basketball.
We're gonna change the show to keep it 100. Right. Keep it 100.
No.
Keep it 98.
No.
Keep
it certified.
Oh, this is it. Yeah.
Man, hit the button on this one. Man, what the fuck? Obviously, this is your first live stream.
Hey, this is
it. What is going on?
Call some girls up, y'all. Let's call some work.
Let's get it. I'm telling you. Guys gonna get off. In certain matchups, certain guys gonna get off like that.
Lord, you hear me? Carbone after this? Carbone in the whole
Yes, Lord.
All right. This is my last event with MGM unless they put me on contract. You feel me? I ain't on contract with MGM, so look.
It's all coming soon.
I might be doing something with somebody else.
It's
so
all coming soon.
If y'all don't like the content I bring, if y'all don't like what I look,
now we in here.
God.
That's more Suge Knight than
we in here.
That's what we need to listen.
We in here.
That's another conversation now.
We trying to D-Wade at the game, you know what I'm saying? On live stream, right? Nothing, chilling with my girl, with my girl.
My girl.
Nothing, chilling with my girl.
My girl. I remember them. Hey, with my girl. I remember last night with them. My girl.
And when I seen this, I'm thinking Paul Pierce might have been a cornball or something.
Yeah, he was. It sounded like he's a whole cornball in the situation. Man, keep on giving you hints and clues. We live. Don't mess up the money. But you saying everything to try to mess up the goddamn money.
Hey,
I'm talking about how he went to go buy a date or something like that. Hey,
he's a cornball. He probably had to. Listen to this conversation. Yeah, he can't be at a black tie event with me. This dude had to just be at the barbecue and we can cut up. We ain't no whole lot around. We can't and to have him around girls and doing that, I know he acts a goddamn food show out just for the
Paul Pierce is that person that accidentally dry snitches. Like you like, chill, bro, man. What did you say, man? You remember that time we was like.
But Sweeney, he also seemed like the type that would go extreme just because of nice looking girls around. He's that dude that gonna go around and take your shirt off when we on the court. Dude, normally you keep your shirt on. All of a sudden now you won't take your shirt off and flex a little bit and show you can shoot a three from half court. Come on, man. You're doing too goddamn much. He's that dude.
I don't know what was in that man cup.
That man was
he probably had some at Brown.
That looked like he had to have some that cup looked kind of pink.
Oh, dang.
Like some Sprite, it looked like some Sprite and pink going on in that cup.
Hey, shout out to Pride Month. Hey, man, he seemed like he's doing too much, man. He didn't know his again, KG, his boy, he keep trying to tell, hey man, we live, we trying to get this money. You keep trying to mess the bag up because what you saying, you giving out way too much information. Like you said, he's dry stitching his ass off. Like, damn, Paul.
Hey, you know you doing too much when you lean over on your girl and she like, come on now, chill, man. You like, oh.
He said that he bought her. That was for the night.
Yeah. Like he was all that smooching, so like she was just like, come on, like chill. And then somebody put in the chat that she said, I've been knowing you for 8 years. I think she was trying to stay on code.
Yeah.
Whatever they was gonna put out there. Oh, maybe he didn't know. Maybe he just was tripping. I don't know, man. It's like he was under some type of influence, though.
He was, man. When he took the glasses, I said, "Put the glasses back on, man. Put the glasses back on."
Oh yeah, he was on them left-hand cigarettes. He was on some left-hand cigarettes for sure. And again, if he try to smooch up to that girl, she probably said it's gonna cost you every time you do. It's gonna cost you an extra band.
Yeah, you know what he said. Yeah, don't worry about it. I got it.
Yeah. He act like he's. I guess. What was he in Vegas? Is that what he's saying? I think that's what they were talking about.
No, I think they might have been in Vegas. That looked fun though, man. I wouldn't mind doing a live reaction to a game or something like that. That would be fun.
I almost feel like you'll get flagged for it.
Oh, you most definitely gonna get flagged for it.
Well, I tell you, if I was to do it, I can't be a fan of the team. I could be a fan of the team. It'll be somebody, some other team. I can't be a team I root for because I say some shit that don't need to be said. You know what I'm saying? So
you had to stream that to like Rumble or something. You can't do that.
Yeah, she's gonna be bleeping out some stuff, huh?
Boy, the NBA and the NFL do not play about that.
Nah, they don't, man.
But you know how entertaining it is, because when you saying about stream, I was watching a couple of Monday night games with Peyton and
I was just about to bring them up. I watched them more than I watched the ESPN one.
Hey, not only just for the knowledge they were spitting, but just for the entertainment of their dry humor. You know what I'm saying? So
who did they have on there with them? I think they might have had
one time I had Snoop on there. One time they was did you see the NBA one? He was on he had a live stream with Snoop and that shit was funny as hell.
The Manning brothers are funnier than the mother. You would have never thought they'd be funny because you ain't never looked at Peyton Manning and be like, oh, that dude's a funny guy. But them two together, man, they had a good show. I hope they do it again this year.
But it's something about that dry humor. You know what I'm saying? They just got that dry humor.
They got that Seinfeld humor.
Yeah. A lot of people won't get it or understand it, but it's like you'll think about it like about an hour or two. They like, God damn, that was kind of funny. Now I think about it.
I do got to get to these super chats right quick, man, because I forgot to do them. Now it said generation reset equals back to the basic. Mutual love is the first message, no confusion or wrestling. Better hearing your partner say, I can and want to love you than to hear I can and I don't love you. Dedicated to my children's free $12 says salute to the panel and chat Ricky Sunday Energy. Doug Will, $5 mistaken right at the end of the day. Women choose what man she's gonna follow, whether it's a man she should be following or not. Just rules $10. Also member says not to mistaken talks on choosing, but I assume she's too agrees results. So women ending up single, sad, mad, and alone because woman makes a decision either yes or no. Shout out to dedicated to my children's future. I think he gifted 5 people with membership. So salute to you. I did see that. Marcus Evans, $5 says, what's going on, everyone? Thank brother Hink and Ricky for breaking that down. Just rules again, $5 also a member says, peace. Jace Stanza. Stumble not at the beauty of a woman and desire her not for pleasure. I don't know how to say that. How you say that?
Stumble not at the beauty.
Ecclesiastics. Yeah.
Ecclesiasticus. I don't know if the cuss supposed to be on there.
Yeah.
No.
Well, anybody been a mistake? I'm not sure. It said trust God on that one, bro. Appreciate you guys helping me with that one. Cool G, $5. I know Kelly gonna be in my throat with that one. Leanne Friday.
I guess.
She's a YouTube member. Salute to you.
Welcome.
H Zach SNDW. Can't remember. Salute to you. BZ formerly Baby Zaddy $2. Remember says y'all Negroes old SF.
Right. I agree. I am.
I got everybody beat though, man. I'm gonna have a celebration of my 60th birthday party though, man.
Yeah, let me know where it is. I'll fly out, big brother.
Okay. Oh, man. Turned a big 6-0. I had a gold 6, an old balloon in the background of me. I know it's official.
Oh shit, man. Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Absolutely. All right, gentlemen. We're gonna go ahead and end this stream. We've been live for 8 hours and it didn't feel like 8 hours, do it.
Sweeney, he lied. He's Sweeney. He lied. Don't
I look back and I'm like, wait a minute.
So it feel like we 56, man. Everything seems like it's just a long time.
Said everything doubles up. Man, I know that's right.
Dedicated to my children said, is it me or does JR always read my chats super fast? I remember the first time I spent 100 on a super chat and JR read half of my long ass message. LOL before deciding my message was too damn long. LOL. Dedicated to my children. My apologies if I read it fast. Thank you. I do see you often in the chat, and I do see the engagement as well as the contributions. I want to say thank you. My apologies. I'll make sure I will thoroughly read every super chat that you send from now on. I didn't realize it. Sometimes when it's a longer super chat, I do like to try to get through it as quickly as possible. Sometimes I think I'm reading too damn slow. So I speed it up. But when you're 56, man, all these signals come in all type of different ways. You don't know how to juggle it. So, man, not how you be. Damn, Jay, how old are you? Last week you was 53. Now what? I'm 54. What I tell everybody, but it's been a couple years since I've said that. So even though I say I'm 54, it's 56. 56 is the age that it is right now. So I'm gonna stop being delusional. I'm gonna come to terms that I am 56. So there you have it. Dedicated to my children's futures. There's nothing to say. I'm just having fun.
Hey, yeah, that dude's a good dude, man. I talked to him on my show before, so he's a good dude.
Oh yeah. I know. I know we unlost Sweeney.
Oh no, I'm still here. I'll just, I'm trying to make this thumbnail now.
Use it on your phone?
Yeah.
Oh, you got to get photos. Yeah.
I use Canva, so.
I think you can use AI now. I thought you could just tell it what you want now. No?
Nah.
Is that out yet?
Nah, that costs $3,500.
Shout out to Alisa. Salute to my brother. Salute to you.
Salute, my brother. Salute. Brother Ali, glad you're back, man.
Well, I guess we could take him out with an outro or something like that. We could probably come together and sing that song. It's so no.
What is Sweetie doing?
It's so hard to say goodbye.
Oh gosh.
Got ready? 1, 2, 3. It's so hard to say goodbye
to yesterday.
Oh man, boy, y'all are a fool, man.
That was back when everybody was singing, huh?
They're gonna let you have them.
Yeah, that was when cats gather around that barrel with the fire in it.
Always pouring something out for the dead homies.
Yeah, y'all remember New Jack City, right? Y'all remember the guys that were singing around the barrel? Did you ever notice that they were when they went back and the neighborhood was destroyed, they were actually crackheads at that point?
I guess I didn't pay attention.
Yeah. Like the ones that was singing, like they were singing around the trash can. When they went back and started showing flashes of the neighborhood at that time, they were addicted to crack by then. Like that's how they showed that they completely turned the neighborhood upside down. I think that's what that was supposed to represent. I got to go back and watch it now.
Have y'all went to see the play yet? I heard the play was pretty good. I haven't seen it yet.
I'm not going to go watch no play of an old ass movie from the 90s. Like, I'm not doing that.
It's all about the experience. When you never know what you might run into, man.
Hey, look, I don't do the plays, man. If it don't come on television,
Thugs dance too, Sweeney.
You said what?
I said gangsters dance too.
Right, you gonna create a musical to New Jack City, man? Get the hell up out of here. Get y'all shit together. Y'all just.
Well, is it a musical? I thought it was just a play.
I'm sure it's a musical.
Oh damn! Don't say that. Well, let me ask you this: have you ever seen Hamilton?
No,
I haven't seen it. Have you?
Yeah, I seen it. It's pretty good. The reason I got Disney Plus, that's how I seen it on Disney Plus because
okay, so you didn't actually.
I didn't go to play. I heard it was good. Now I did try, but I was doing C-19 and it kind of shut it down, so I wasn't able to go when they came to my city. So, but yeah, I heard it's pretty good, man. From what I've seen, as far as on TV, on the I liked it, but they said it's way more better in person. So,
yeah, like I went to that like that circus, like Dole. Have you say it? You know what I'm talking about?
Circus
Soleil.
Yeah. I went to that and that was decent. But I would have never gone to that. That was, Kelly wanted to do it. So it was dope. I liked it, man. It was something. It was one of those things that I probably wouldn't have went to because I would have never known about it, would never thought to even think about going. But when I went there, it was a dope experience. Like, I thought the way that they engaged the audience was pretty phenomenal.
I tell you another good one. When I was in Vegas and went to that Michael Jackson experience, I don't know if you ever been to that.
You talking about when you actually went to a show, or while Michael Jackson was still alive, or you talking about?
No. His experience where they use a lot of action.
How old do you think he is?
I don't know.
He go to the show.
No, you remember he did that. He was doing that before he passed. He was on that tour. What is it called? This Is It.
No, I never seen him. I never seen him in concert, nothing like that. I'm old, but I guess I ain't that old, Sweeney.
Heal the world, make it a better place.
Yeah. I mean, look at it now. Truth be told, I wouldn't
video like this.
I wouldn't mind going to a concert if he was still around. Michael Jackson still doing his thing. I would go to a Michael Jackson concert for sure. Him and Prince. But no, it's like a thing where they use all his music and they did different little acrobatic tricks and flips and stuff too. So yeah, and they incorporated his music at the same time.
Oh, okay.
I seen this when I was in Vegas, man. It was good, man. I was surprised how good it was.
Yeah, man. It's all about the experience, man. You got to step outside, check some of these things out. There's a lot of dope things happening, man. When you realize it's dope because we were never exposed to it, or we would never had the opportunity to even look that way. So that's one of the benefits of having a partner that can introduce you to some things, that you probably a world you never seen before. I think it's dope.
Mm-hmm.
Look at him over here quoting the Latin lines. A whole new world.
There you go. Sweeney trying to sing now. Go ahead, finish, Sweeney.
I got you.
Yeah.
Sweeney, I guess you're gonna go see the Little Mermaid this weekend, ain't you?
I do want to check it out. But I haven't been big on any of Disney's live action movies. I didn't expect it. Like the one I really wanted to see was The Lion King, and I was heavily disappointed. So, and I love it.
I haven't seen it. So they hurt your heart to how disappointed it was, huh, Sweeney?
Yeah, it was disappointing. It was bad. And I can't rock with none of Disney's live action movies. They do a very bad job at it.
Yeah, I don't know, but I hear high regards on how good the Little Mermaid is. I haven't seen it personally, but I heard it was pretty good. So I
haven't seen it either.
You haven't either, JR?
No.
Me neither. So I mean,
I'm sure if we liked
that's right, this for you.
What's wrong with
He said JR hit the stream fast. So he talking about he won't go see it.
What's wrong with the Little Mermaid, man?
Hey, this one for you, Hank.
Hey, Hey man, shout out to Prince, man. I'm a Prince fan. Purple Rain, boy. I loved it when they sung it at the Super Bowl. Unfortunately, our Bears did not win, but I enjoyed the moment.
What's the greatest Super Bowl halftime show?
Probably that Prince one. To me, well, that's number one for me. And then maybe the one with the Rams with Dre, Eminem, and 50 Cent and Snoop was there. That was probably my second favorite.
Look, I think Mary J. Blige came out too, didn't she?
Yeah, she was on that.
Yeah.
My favorite.
I'm not a Mary J. fan no more like I used to be. After that second album, I was done with Mary J.
No.
My second favorite was the one from last year, the Dre Eminem one. My favorite one of all time was Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake.
Oh shit!
Greatest fumble in football history.
No. I hear you. You just like that nipple shot. I got you.
You got it, man. You got it. I think I was like a freshman in high school when I said, "Oh snap!" And I already had a big crush on. She was one of my biggest celebrity crushes.
Oh man, that was everything for you right there, Sweeney.
Yeah. Hey, Sweeney had some ammunition for later that night, didn't you?
Hey, you know what's crazy? You wouldn't believe how many people printed up that image and brought it to the school the next day. Everybody had printed up that picture and brought it to school the next day.
Oh shit! What was yours, JR?
Man, I don't even. I haven't watched too many of them, to be honest. Like I remember when it happened, I didn't see the Janet Jackson one, but I did hear about it afterwards. And I think the one that I most recently seen might have been the Eminem one. So I can't really say what's my favorite one. The last one I saw was pretty dope, bringing everybody back out. It kind of surprised everybody. I mean, but to me, I don't think they've been getting better. I think they've been not struggling to find people, man, but it just seemed like it was better back in the day than it was now. Almost like the All-Star game, like when they used to take the All-Star game pretty serious in the NBA, and now they just show up. They scramble to try to find somebody to put something together because it's like nobody really want to do it.
I actually like the direction that the NFL went as far as All-Star Weekend. Like the Pro Bowl, I actually like what they did with that because they seemed a lot more competitive than they normally are. And when they just do the Pro Bowl game, when they did the flag football, you can actually tell that they really wanted to go out there and show out. Now the NBA, I don't really like how they doing. The NBA All-Star game ain't been competitive in a long time.
I mean, it was almost like an honor or something. They was playing their hearts out. It was competitive, and that's when I used to watch it all the time when MJ used to play and Charles Barkley used to get serious like it was regular season.
Yeah, now they just let each other just dunk wide open layups.
Out, they don't want to do it, and people don't want to get hurt.
Yeah, truth be told, they probably really need to let them go because they hold no value like they used to. And to me, I mean, I guess with the NBA, I wish it was really in the middle of the season instead of like 62 games in before they decide they want to have the All-Star game. That makes no sense to me. But
yeah, they was talking about how LeBron James he was talking about how he never wanted to do a dunk contest. I'm like, come on, man. It's the reason why the dunk contests haven't been that great is because all the best athletes in the league, the big stars don't want to participate.
Yeah, that's true.
Nobody comes to it, you know what I mean? I think the last good dunk contest I seen was the one with Nate Robinson. When him and Dwight Howard was going at it.
No, actually, I think when dude won, I think it was decent to see him because how short he is and the dunks he was doing.
Yeah, that was Nate Robinson.
I talk about Nate Robinson, the last one we just had. You know, the guy that won it, like the white boy.
Oh, that's when they kind of opened it up to like G League players and all of that. So yeah.
Now you know what they need to do? They need to do a dunk contest where they put NBA players up against like your regular people, like find dunk athletic dunkers on YouTube and stuff, put them up against them. I think that'd be entertaining.
I forgot who came up with that concept. I heard somebody come up with that concept, you know, like the average Joe who can, like you said, they could dunk and perform and just, you know, allow them to enter it. You know what I'm saying?
They need to just swap out the NBA players. I mean, you just scratch them and just bring it because it's about entertainment at this point. So it'll get them opportunity. And then maybe even filter in some regular people maybe in the All-Star game.
Sure, because I think the celebrity game more entertaining than the All-Star game now.
Yeah.
Sure, I don't even care to watch the All-Star game, the celebrity game, the skill challenges. I still watch those, but the All-Star game, I don't watch that no more.
What about the 3-point contest?
Yeah, I think it's decent. I'm kind of surprised more people don't enter it. You know, some of the people that enter it, they're not even really 3-point shooters. Like, I didn't really like the last one. I thought the one before that one was pretty dope. But I think we have some people, anybody just entering. Like, you got a lot of these rookies that come in there like, shit, when nobody else do it, I'll do it. They're trying to make a name for themselves. But even if they're not a good like dunker or a good 3-point, you should at least be recognized to be able to do some dunks. Some people that come out there, they have no creativity whatsoever.
Right.
I don't know. I just think it's going down. They need to do something different.
And they already talk about decreasing the season down to, what did they say? They want to drop it down to what, 60-some games?
It's the food we eating, man. Everybody.
Nah, I don't see them doing that. I don't see them doing that at all. But
they not. The NBA ain't going for that.
I would like to see them add some more teams. That's what I would like. You know, right now that we're at 30, maybe bump it up to 32 or maybe even to 36. And then just open it up. I go one even further. To me, they need to eliminate the 8 teams from the East and 8 teams from the West and open up to the top 16 teams in the NBA and let them make the playoffs. I don't care what conference they're in. So if all 16 come from the West, so be it. Place your best in the best in the playoffs and let them go from there.
That would make for a better playoffs. Ain't that how college football got it right now?
What's that?
That form, the way that form of no, that's college basketball, ain't it? How they got their tournament where they just take the top like 30-some teams.
Well, with college, you got your 32 automatically with your division, your conference tournament champs. They automatically bid. Then the last 32 is open bid.
Okay.
So
yeah,
that's how it is as far as college basketball. But you know, they talk about increasing the playoffs as far as the college football to I think 12. I want to say 12. That's the talks. I think they're supposed to go from 4 to 8 first, then from 8 to 12. That's where they're going to graduate up to. So that's definitely going to be interesting on how they do that. How you going to choose your top 8 team? And I'm thinking, you know, if they do it that way, take the top, you know, the top 6 conference, the major conference, take their the conference winners of that, and maybe the other, you know, the 6 or 4, you know, as far as open season for them, for like if you won the regular season but you didn't win your actual conference championship, give them maybe a look. You know what I'm saying? Something like that I would think will probably work if you bump it up to a 12-man playoff.
Well, sure. Let me go ahead and get up out of here, man. I got to finish doing this show.
Yeah, I got to get some nourishment.
I appreciate y'all tuning in, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all follow everybody on the individual platforms. Sweeney going live tonight. Drop the link again one time. Sweeney in the chat for them. He's going live tonight at 9 p.m. Central Time, 10 p.m. Eastern, and 7 p.m. Pacific. Yeah, make sure y'all tap in. You dropped it already, Sweeney?
Yeah, I'll put it in there.
All right, gentlemen. Catch y'all later. Good chatting with y'all. It was almost like we was having our own little Paul Pierce KG moment, right? All right, y'all.
on it.